today as well. Challenges of technical challenges, but I know that the technical team, they are doing a lot to make today a great one. We also had a fantastic NC yesterday, Mrs. Osochukwu, and I know that we're going to have another great one today as well. I really want to appreciate, SAIP that put this coalition together, Association for Nigerian Business Women Network, the Coalition Women Association in Nigeria. And this is the first time we're having this kind of coalition in Nigeria. We appreciate SAIP and especially the country director, Mrs. Thank you so much for all that you do for us. We want to appreciate all our founding national coordinators, the entire trustees of NWBN, and the present ESCO of ANWBN, led by Chief Mrs. Nana Okumodupe Oyekunle, is welcoming you this morning as the Deputy National Coordinator. The National Treasurer is Mrs. Mary Aman Madu, and lastly, we have our Assistant National Secretary from BPW, Mrs. Yetunde. BPW has done a lot, and we appreciate them. And we also want to appreciate, they say I like to thank. I always like to thank you. Maybe that's my name. My name is Modupe. I always like to thank people. We thank the chair, Mrs. Ajala, and the entire summit team. Well done. We've done it. But beyond the challenges, it's been such a great time. And so I welcome everyone. And I would like to introduce to us today who is going to be our MC. I'm the past president of NECA's Network of Entrepreneur Women, and we today is the current president, that is Mrs. Fumilayo Aogun. She's going to be the master of ceremony today, and she's going to tell us all the things we're going to enjoy today, the protocols, everything that we're going to be doing today. And so I would want to encourage all the presidents. I believe that the technical team have done so much to make it easy for people today to join. So I know that based on that, please, if you're not talking, mute your mics. Thank you. I can see all right. People from, I can see international representation. We appreciate you. People from you. I will want us. Marisa, please, could you mute your mic, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. As we start today, I would want us to start with the second stanza of our national anthem. The second stanza of our national anthem, that is our prayer. We will be praying it. Also because today marks the end of the 59th year that we have been in existence in terms of independence. Tomorrow, Nigeria will turn 60. We have a lot of challenges. Yes, so we're turning 60. I can see Ms. Weke doing, yes, we're turning 60. I know we are not happy about a lot of things. Nonetheless, we have reasons to thank God for our nation. With all the issues and the challenges and the bad governance and sometimes a lot of things that we have, corruption, we have not splitted. we are still standing. And I know that we're not where we used to be, but we'll definitely get to where we are supposed to be. So let us all sing the second stanza, O God of creation. I hope we all remember it. If you don't remember it, I'll give you a few minutes to, to quickly Google it. For some of our international guests, just Google the second stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. Second stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. I hope we have been able to see it. Okay. One, two, go. Oh
God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know.
Where will you plug it now if you put it there?
In love
Really rich too.
and honesty to grow.
Give me the plug.
And be just
Let me see
and
how long.
true. Great lofty and attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen.
Amen.
That's our prayer, and that prayer we will see it in our nation and the lives of our women and as ANWBN as well, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
So, I welcome every one of you and our speakers. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Ajala. You are in. I already recognized you. Good to see you, our summit chairperson. You're doing a great job. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And so I hand you over to the master of ceremony for today. Another distinguished, esteemed lady, a woman of timber and caliber, Mrs. Fumilayo Aowogun, the president of NECA's Network of Entrepreneur Women. Please, let's make welcome our MC for today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, our DNC, Deputy National Coordinator at ANWBN, Mrs. Modupe Oyekule. We appreciate you greatly. Thank you so much. Beautiful morning, everyone. It's so good to see everyone who was in this morning. Thank you so much for this second day of our mega conference, the Nigerian Women Business Summit, whose theme is From Fear to Hope. From Fear to Hope, telling women businesses impact for a decade of action, which has been organized by Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, ANWBN. Thank you so much for joining in. Today's day 2. We had a wonderful time today, just like our DNC just said. It was awesome. We had different sessions. I will give a bit of recap. And like she has said about ANWBN, who are we? Who are we? Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. a coalition of my DNC 46. We are more than that now. 52 organizations that exist to enhance the economic status of women so as to ensure peaceful cohabitation, credible job creation, and adequate infrastructural provisions across Nigeria. That is who we are. ANWBN focuses on total women empowerment, building leadership, skills, access to credit, patronage of made in Nigeria goods, as well as creating a gender-friendly environment for women. It's an awesome place to be in. I can assure you of that. Now, like I said earlier, the theme for this year is from fear to hope. Somebody said some time ago that every good thing that we want in life, they are at the other side of fear. Fulfillment, blessings, whatever it is, growth, all those beautiful things that you desire, that anyone desires in life, they are at the other side of fear. So how do we achieve them? You have to confront the fear, look at the fear in the face, move past the fear, and move into all those things that you desire. And one of the things, the ways you can move past fear is to get information, is to learn, to network, to add value to yourself. And that's exactly what we're doing at this conference. From fear to hope, scaling women businesses, impact for a decade of action. Like I said, yesterday was great, but I know that we have more things for us even today. So I want us to relax and then just take everything as much as you can take in. It will be a time well spent. Yesterday, the summit was declared opened. We had special guests that did that. We also had the launch of the updated Women National Business Agenda. It was really, really awesome. I want to do a bit of recap of what we did at the second phase of it. We had a panel, a robust panel discussions. We had 3 people. We had Dr. Wale Idris Ajibade, the founder and executive director, African Views. We also had Mrs. Adenike Ogunsi, the founder and creative director, Rough Ensemble. Then Yalode Alaba Lawson. I will just briefly summarize the highlights of what is said. Dr. Wale Idris expressed that culture, religion, ethnic beliefs, and so on are factors that drive the acceptance of things. He also emphasized the need for women to understand the time to act, understanding the time to act and prevent conflict between genders. He mentioned that an agenda for gender harmony is a very important strategy needed in Nigeria, especially as our on our own part called upon. She told us that we need to shift the narrative to a world where the diversity of views, innovation, creativity, results, etc. matter more than gender. Change based on their competence, their capacities, and their abilities. She reiterated that we must go back to the basis and begin to learn, to unlearn, and to relearn, and to prioritize and schedule, to embrace the unknown and move out of our comfort zones, confronting your fear, moving out of your comfort zones. She also mentioned that women should rewrite the rules and set up frameworks to enable younger generation of competent and capable women participate in platforms where women need at ANWBN. Allow us to hold our own anywhere. That was what we did yesterday. And today promises to be more. To move ahead, I want us to take our first keynote address. Our first keynote address for today. And to take the keynote address, we are talking about I'm sure these two very important topics. So we're going to be taking first our special address, which will be taken by Deputy Inspector Adeleye Oyebade. I wonder if he's around, if it's available now. Is he around now? Is our DIG around now? The DIG, Adeleye Oyebade. So, if he's not yet around, we will take the second address. We are still talking, we'll be talking about insecurity. And what we are looking at, reducing insecurity for national good. Reducing insecurity for national good. We are looking at political, economic, and religious implications, all encompassing. That is what we want to look at even this morning. So I will be calling on Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo. Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo. She is the AU Commissioner for Education, Youth and Capacity Development, Human Resources, Science and Technology. I think I saw her.
I'm here.
She's here. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo. She's the AU Commissioner for Education, Youth and Capacity Development. Let us be giving us her goodwill message. You have the
Thank
floor.
you. I was almost going to faint when I heard you giving me a different topic, and I said, "Whoa!"
Okay,
Thank you very much, my sister.
I want to go first. Yes.
I stand on the existing protocol. I want to applaud the women for what they've done. I came in late yesterday, but I started from where Mrs. Ogulesi spoke, and I saw that there was fire in her voice. I love the passion. I love the commitment. I love the vision. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here today, and I'm really honored by the invitation to speak at this first Nigerian Women Business Summit with the theme, From Fear to Hope, Scaling Women Business Impact for a Decade of Action. And I know that what women know is action, action, action. If there's anybody that we need to reckon with, it is women in action. And I know Nigerian women for sure. Right from the Abeokuta, where the Egba women led the show, to Idia in Edo State, I know women have been at the forefront. And I'm very proud that I have a Nigerian background since I was born and raised in Nigeria, although I'm a Cameroonian. Before I proceed, I seize this opportunity to commiserate with families around the nations of Africa and globally that have lost loved ones amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, the unexpected pandemic that suddenly shut down our normal world to a new normal. It is in this wise that I see the importance of your summit. this first Nigerian Women Business Summit. I see it as important because we are already thinking towards post-COVID recovery. It is very essential. With the outbreak of COVID-19 and its costly impact, it appears the world was taken unawares that even the most powerful nations of the world are helpless. COVID-19 has caused an unprecedented impact on nations' economy, people's lives, families, and communities. And efforts to contain the virus and save lives should be intensified as governments plan stronger, more coordinated measures to absorb the growing economic load. Individuals and scientists should also join hands to overcome this pandemic. The theme, or before I go to the theme, I want to applaud and congratulate the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network for this great initiative. It is very important, particularly because of the impact of COVID-19 on our economies. I also want to applaud and commend my beautiful, elegant sisters who spoke yesterday and the ones I'm seeing today. I was fortunate to listen to what they said, and they sparked up a fire within me. The theme, From Fear to Hope, resonates a lot with my vision and passion for Africa. First as a girl, second as a woman, third as a wife, as a mother, and also as a commissioner for Human Resources, Science and Technology at the African Union Commission. There is nothing we can do if we have fear in our hearts. There is nothing we can achieve if we have fear within us. And that is why when my sister, Mrs. Fumilayo Arowogun, said that gender has no, or success has no gender. Is that what I heard you say? Or something like that. I was very, very happy because many of us have been stifled by traditional, patriarchal dictates, and many of us have refused to speak out because the common dictum is women are seen and not heard, and that has stifled many of our abilities. But the 21st century women should break these barriers, these gender barriers that make you to go into gender role therapy does not fit us now. Because one of my dictums that I used to say when I speak to the youth, I say that whatever a man can do, a woman can do even better. I'm not saying that men are not important, but I'm also trying to boost our image to make us understand that there's a lot that we can gain when we cast away fear of the unknown, fear of the society, fear of gender, because they will tell you a woman does not do this. You should never listen to such stories. Now, the SDG ambition, scaling business impact for the decade of action, the team sits perfectly on the UN Global Compact that launched the SDG ambition in Davos during the 2020 World Economic Forum. From fear to hope, scaling women business impact for a decade of action can only be achieved holistically. Women, men, youth all have their part to play. Policy makers, business partners, stakeholders, institutions, NGOs, all international partners all have their part to play. That is what I speak about, a holistic approach. Today, gathered as women of valor, we are sharing experiences and finding a collective pathway to accelerate and scale up women business impact for the next 10 years, 2020 to 2030. At the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres said, what we need is not an incremental approach, but a transformational approach. And we need businesses to unite behind the science by taking rapid and ambitious action across their operations and value chains. What is the Nigerian business value chains? What constitutes business in Nigeria? From the buy and sellers, as we call it in Cameroon, which is your petty sellers, from the Jankara markets, the Balogun markets, from the Onitsha markets, Aba markets, etc. How do we scale up their businesses? We as models, we as leaders, how do we help these other women hold their hands and scale up their businesses, even as we see in the dream of the African Continental Free Trade Area, where we speak of one market, because that is one of the ways that the African Union has come up to speak to this SDG of the UN to bring up what we call the African Continental Free Trade Area. I believe that the vision of the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network is the vision of Africa. That is the African vision of Agenda 2063. That vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own competent and skilled citizens able to play in the global arena. I think there used to be a song we used to hear in Nigeria. I don't know who sang it, but I can remember some rephrase. We have arise, women have arise. We have arise, women have arise. We have arise, women have arise. Nigerian people, women have arise. I'm sure that was when I was in the university. I went to Ibadan. I used to hear that song, and I was asking myself, maybe it was during Beijing, maybe it was when they were going to Beijing or something. And now women arise is very important, because women, they are able to gather. Women do not scatter because of the passion within them. Now, if we speak of scaling up business in Nigerian society, how do the elitist business women assist the petty trader? Because the bulk of the trading done in Nigeria are many of those petty traders who sell they sell foodstuffs, they sell clothing, they sell different forms of materials in order to have a way of living. How do we empower them? How do we scale up their businesses? How can the Association of Nigerian Business impact on these women? It is the question that we need to ask ourselves. And from yesterday, I saw a positive sign. I saw the drive, the vision of that collective responsibility, that collective run that we need to run. Because for me to speak of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, then I can only know that it can only be realized when seeds are sown and then fruits can be harvested. And to sow seeds is for the policy makers to take into consideration the place of the petty trader, the place of the young girl out there without a job. How do we empower our girls? How do we stop them from prostitution? How do we stop the migration, the continuous migration where they look for the American dream, the London dream, the Canadian dream? Why can't we have the African dream? There is an African dream. There is a lot that we can get from this country. When you look at climate change, power, food security, health, they're all influenced by business. In a generator, a businessman has to buy that generator and bring to you. When you want to get your cutlasses, etc., to farm, a businesswoman has to bring those things to you. If you have to wear our clothes to sell our continent, our culture, our tradition, it is a businesswoman that does it. But what does the policy on taxation, on import, on export speak in order to give leverage for such a woman to be able to do business well? You know, I find it very, very difficult to accept that we pay a lot of taxes, but we, in quotes, foreigners come into our countries and they don't pay taxes because they have built one street or they are building one hospital, and all the imports on taxes on imports are given to them. The SDG goal is a challenge to support companies in being more strategic and transformational in the way they do business. How are our own government supporting the women to do business in Africa? How are we getting the financial resources? When you want to go and get loan from the bank, they ask for collaterals. How do you ask an 18-year-old girl, a 24-year-old girl for collateral, whose father is poor, whose mother is poor? What collateral can she give? It therefore means that Association of Nigerian Business Women Network need to look into this. And that is why I was happy when I heard something about you creating a fund, that you wanted to create a fund. I mean, if we have this kind of funding, many of these women can come in and get money and do business. And then we can talk about the value of a woman, the status of a woman. For me, it is difficult to judge when we have not protected the children we're supposed to protect. If we can protect them to give them a means of entrepreneurship where they can stand on their own, skilled or with a formal education or without even a formal education, when you want to go and buy your jewelry in the market, when you go to those markets in Balogun, Jankara, etc., it is not educated women selling it to you. It is these women, and consider the way they've traveled to Cotonou, to Togo, to Ghana, to go and buy those things. These kind of women need to be encouraged, and many of them need to become mentors to many other kids who are falling out of school so that they don't beg from hand to mouth. The African Union Agenda 2063 resonates with the dream to actualize some of your dreams. Priority 1 of the African Union Agenda 2063 speaks on a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, a high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being for all citizens. How do you make all citizens wealthy? The fingers are not the same. The fingers are not equal. All of us cannot be professors and doctors. If I'm a professor, am I a farmer? They say health is wealth. Health can only be well when I have the right food in my system. Those farmers out there, I cannot look at them and disdain their efforts. Am I a tailor? I'm not a tailor, but it is a tailor that sews the dress that I wear. Am I a shoemaker? I'm not a shoemaker. So you see, each and every one of us, we are all working together for a collective good. And these other people, how do we reinforce for them to live better lives? You want to stop stealing? You want to stop the case of armed robbery in the country? Then empower them. When you empower them and the standard of living is almost at the same, you will discover that so many of the social misfits that find in society will no longer be there. Aspiration 1 of the African Union Agenda 2060 priority aspiration, incomes, jobs, and decent work. Business is an entrepreneurship where you can do what you want to do when you want to do it at the time you want to do it. And you know that when I went to school, I went to Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island. When we get to Onyibo, you see those market women already going to the market stores. They are always there very early to go and open their shops. So you see that the culture of work is already imbued in them. And they are the ones that make things go. Even the ones that sells their akara, they don't do that we eat on the streets and they will buy and move. They are also people that we need to encourage. How do we upscale them? Make their job more dignifying. Not that because you're a mechanic, you must wear a dirty dress. You could be a mechanic and still wear a wonderful, neat dress, a good overall on your body. Not that because you're a hawker selling on the streets, you must look dirty. But it has to come from a culture where we train them and give them these skills and competencies, just as we do in the world skills, where we are recalibrating different kinds of jobs so that everybody can have a sense of dignity in the world that we live. So an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for the children, resonates with the theme of this particular summit that we're finding ourselves. So my goodwill message to you is that we must keep on walking. The journey is far, but when we start, then we begin to move towards where we want to go to. The African Continental Free Trade Area speaks to this. The African Union have institutional reforms that are successful in reducing persistent gender gaps. For example, we have the Women, Gender and Development Directorate, which is responsible for leading, guiding, defending, and coordinating the African Union's efforts on gender equality and development and promoting women's empowerment by ensuring that African countries comply with the African Union Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa. So this first business summit that we are having that speaks to the theme of the UN SDG, scaling up women businesses and what we need to do is very, very important. And I will say this resonates the vision that we need to rewrite rules. We must dream big. To rewrite rules, we must dream big and delegitimize gender stereotyping. When we talk about addressing insecurity and access to finance, what are we talking about? You can be insecure as a woman based on traditional norms and culture. So there must be a way that we can speak to our traditional practitioners to loosen some of the laws that stifle the potentials of women. You can be insecure to do business because of the insecurity around the place. How can the police, the build confidence in women that after 5 o'clock, you are not scared to continue doing business? So these themes resonate, and they are for today and for tomorrow, and they are very significant. Fearing fear, aborting the fear of fear is very important. And it is the hope for tomorrow. It is the hope for today. And it is the only hope that can make us to deconstruct stereotypes and move towards the vision and the place we want. The African Union also have what we call the African Women Leaders Network. And I'm sure there's a Nigerian branch of this. The African Women Leaders Network, a movement for the transformation of Africa. This one also commits to gender equality and women empowerment. and has been emphasized in the declaration and call for action between the African Union Commission and the civil society organizations. And this declaration call for action is an outcome statement of the African Union Commission, Women, Gender, and Development Directorate. We will want to work with you, to move with you, to walk the talk, to go beyond rhetoric and implement, because what we need now is action, action, action. This sits on the Commissioner for Social Affairs, who has a visionary leadership concerning this. So my sisters, it is a joy to be here. And I believe that the day that we can move on the way we can change the status quo, when we speak of from fear to hope, what is the fear in doing business? The fear of not having the right finances, the fear of insecurity, the fear of support from our partners at home, who think that when you're a businesswoman, you're a prostitute. Those kind of stereotypes must be wiped off. We must have a paradigm shift. And then how do we scale women business impact for the Nigerian woman? We need skills, we need competencies, we need trainings, we need mentorships, we need financial resources, we need government to put in policies that can support women in business, that can support girls in business. We need innovative ideas. We need banks to lessen some of their rules so that we can be able to take money without them asking us for unthinkable collateral that we do not have. So with this, I bring you the message of peace, and I wish that we have a very wonderful time in this summit. And after this first summit, we will not stop having this kind of summit, because we'll come back, we're going to retrospection and introspection, see what we gain and what we need to gain, and then we move further. So in the same wise, I say, from fear to hope, there is no fear in us. Being a woman is being God. That is what I normally say, because God has endowed the woman with a lot of competencies, and that is why we are unbreakable. We cannot be broken. The Yoruba say, "Yani wura babani jigi," it is for an important point. And so with that, I hail the African network, the African Nigerian Network for Business, the Nigerian, I'm missing it all. I'm hailing the Nigerian Women Business Summit for what they have done, and congratulations to all of those who have participated from making it. All the excellencies, the yellow days, who spoke yesterday, I give them a hand. People were good. Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you, Mrs. Fumilayo. Thank you very much.
Wow. So deep, so profound. I just want us to begin to just appreciate her. I want to just type in the chat box. Let's just begin to appreciate her. Wow. She has done justice to this topic. She spoke from her heart. She spoke from her heart. Very well delivered.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sarah Anyang Agbo. Yes. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
I picked so many things from what she has said. She said we cannot do anything when we are exhibiting fear. One thing we need to do is to abort the fear of fear. We can't do anything when we are exhibiting fear. She also said we should work holistically. The men, the women, the children, we should work together, speak together with a common voice. She also said the vision of ANWBN is also the vision of Africa. I agree with that, man. She said something about women. I'm so proud to be a woman. She said, women gather, we do not scatter. It's inherent together. We nurture, we build, we gather. She said that also. She said, women, the vulnerable in the society. And that's our vision. That's exactly what we're doing. Thank you very much, ma'am. She talked about the ease of doing business. We can't all be professors. Everybody cannot be doctors. We have farmers. We have women who are farmers. I am a farmer. We have women who are in mining, who are in shipping, who are in logistics. We must all work together. There must be ease of this. Us. Thank you so much, ma. We appreciate you for the wonderful speech, wonderful message. It's actually a message of hope. And if there's something we need at this time in our lives, it is a message of hope. In Nigeria, will be 60 years tomorrow. So many people are they are hopeless. But I know there is hope.
Amen.
When we conquer our fear, there is hope. Your message of hope is heartwarming, ma. Thank you. We appreciate you. And we will take you up in your word. You said you will partner with us at AU Commission from AU. We'll take you up on your word, ma. Thank you so much. We appreciate it greatly. We want to move forward now. While we wait for the DIG, we will go into the panel session immediately. We will go into the panel session. Please, if you have questions and you have comments, kindly use the chat box. Just type in your questions, type in your comments. We will take all together at the appropriate time. We appreciate you all. We are looking at insecurity issues, reducing insecurity for national good. We are going to the panel session. The topic I said earlier is reducing insecurity for national good, political, economic, and religious implication. We have wonderful people that have been lined up that will be doing justice to this topic. And I will just quickly go through, but before I do that, I'm going to call on the name of our moderator for this session. Our moderator that will be taking this awesome session is Mrs. Joy Nweke. Mrs. Joy Nweke, she is the president of ALSALS. ALSALS. I'm going to tell you the full meaning. It means a little sleep, a little slumber, empowerment outreach. The outreach is into empowering vulnerable women. You heard what the professor just said. This particular outreach empowerment organization, they are into empowering vulnerable women, children, and also the training of SMEs. That is what they are into. So Mrs. Joy Nweke is the president, and she will be the moderator at this session. Now, let me call all the panelists. We have Dr. Joe Odumakin. She's a household name in Nigeria. She has been so consistent in the advancement of women rights, and the girl-child development. She is a role model and a mentor to many. Dr. Joe Odumakin is the president, Women Arise for Change Initiative. We also have on this panel, Honorable Janet Febishola Adeyemi. She is the president, Women in Mining. The third person on the panel of discussion is Professor Aina Olubukola Adeogun. She is a professor from the University of Ibadan. To balance it, we also be having Assistant Inspector General of Police Bashir Makama, retired. You can agree with me that we're going to have a very wonderful session. So let me hand over to our wonderful moderator, Mrs. Joy Nweke. You have the floor, ma.
Thank you so much, my dear MC. Thank you very much. You've actually started a wonderful journey. Thank you very much. And good morning to every woman, beautiful woman, faces I've seen. Welcome to this second day of the first virtual Nigerian Women's Summit 2020 with the theme From Fear to Hope. But before I start, I would like to continue sitting on the existing protocol. We're going to be having the interaction according to what my MC has said now with us today, with this beautiful panelists of 3 women and a gentleman. The engaging of this panelist would, of course, kickstart with their profile. Josephine Obiajulu Oke Odumaki is a Nigerian women's rights activist. She is the president of the rights group Women Arise for Change Initiative and the Campaign for Democracy. Dr. Joe, as popularly called, was born in Zaria on July 4th. She grew up in Ilorin and started her first schooling at St. Barnabas Primary School, Ilorin, where she obtained her first school leaving certificate. She thereafter moved to Queen Elizabeth Secondary School, Ilorin, where she passed her West African School certificate. She pursued her A-levels at the School of Basic Studies, Kwara State Polytechnic. She later proceeded to the University of Ilorin, where she got her bachelor's in education, English, and education in 1987. She returned to the same school and bagged her master's in education and guidance and counseling, and her PhD in history and policy education in 1996. Dr. Joe Oke Odumaki has over 25 years experience in human rights work in Nigeria. Dr. Joe Odumaki transversed courageously where men fear to tread. She remained consistent without minding the hazard to her person in a society where critical voices are looted by an unjust system, which rewards the crook and punishes the just. She has backed 682 awards, just to mention but a few. Hero of Democracy and Good Governance, the Defender Woman, Icon of Democracy, the Hero of Democracy, Defender of Women's Rights, Champion of Women Empowerment, International Women of Courage Award from the United States Department of State, amongst others. She is happily married to Professor Yinka Odumaki. You are welcome, ma'am. The next person is our amiable Honorable Janet Febisola Adeyemi, born in July 16, 1958, and went on to attend the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, for her undergraduate degree in geology. Upon graduating, she served the National Youth Service Corps program as a people's geologist. She and her would-be husband, engineer T.A.T. Adeyemi, were recipients of the Commonwealth and European Economic Commission scholarships, respectively, which sponsored them to Loughborough University of Technology, UK. It was during her graduate studies at Loughborough University where she met the love of her life. They were both studying engineering, started dating, and decided to return to the country upon graduation, contribute to the society they grew. She is currently acting as the president of Women in Mining in Nigeria, an affiliate of International Women in Mining. She's also serving on the Strategic Development of Policy Implementation Committee of the 2016 Governor-elect of Ondo State, and amongst a broad civil society network coordinating an intervention in the recent South Kaduna crisis. She notably served in Nigeria National House of Representatives, executive board member of ICRC, senior special assistant to the presidency on National Assembly matters, chairman of the Ondo State Cocoa Industry, amongst other advisory committee and national developmental agendas. During her term in the National Assembly, she served as chairman on irrigation, flood, Erosion Control Subcommittee Chairman for Solid Minerals and Water Resources. She sponsored and co-sponsored 15 bills enacted as law among several other initiative bills, despite serving as a member of a minority political party. You are most welcome, ma'am. And in our midst, like I said, to balance the equation of man and woman, we have AIG Bashir D. Makama, retired, PSC. He was born in 1960 and attended Federal Government College, Ilorin, a distinguished alumnus of the prestigious Bayero University, Kano, and Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he graduated with a bachelor's in sociology and political science and master's in criminal jurisprudence. In 1986, he enlisted as a cadet assistant superintendent of police. He has served in various capacities, including but not limited to the following. He is the area commander in Suleja. He is the area commander in Port Harcourt, Assistant Commissioner of Police Operations, Anambra State Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Kano State Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Special Protection Unit Abuja. The list is unending amongst others. Sir, good morning, you're welcome. Last but not the least is Aina Olubukola Adeogun. Is a professor of molecular and cellular toxicology with special focus on aquatic toxicology at the Department of Zoology, University of Ibadan. Her experience and research has addressed and still addressing issues of impact and risk assessment, the functional and regulatory aspect of differentially experienced genes, proteins, and enzymes, and the general stress of contaminants, including endocrines, modulators in wildlife species and fish reproductive physiology, sorry about that. She received her BSc, MSc, and doctoral of philosophy PhD degree from the University of Ibadan in 91, 94, and 2004 respectively, and a postdoctoral training in Norwegian University of Science and Technology, NTNU, Trondheim, Norway in 2015. She has since then initiated a number of ongoing active collaboration with universities in Norway, United States of America, and Italy. Her research is geared towards making food and water from the effect of endocrine disruptors. Her commitment to her research and her awards and recognitions. Good morning, ma'am. You're most welcome. So to the issue of the day, and I'm sure that everybody understands that the whole thing from fear to hope is really what ANWBN through this summit is addressing. And the priority issue of discourse is reducing insecurity for national good, politically, economically, and religious implication. I want to state here that I read an article some time back, and that article was in Sun's newspaper. I'm going to bring some excerpts of what he actually did a good, he dealt well on the topic of discussion today. And the article had, it talked about the rising insecurity in Nigeria, the causes and the solution. And I'm going to quote from this. It says that security should be for every Christian citizen in which people willingly surrender their rights to the government who oversees to the survival of all. It went on further to say that security is vital for national cohesion, for peace, and sustainable development. Still on this article, we are going to use this excerpt to go into the priority issue of our discussion today, which is actually tackling the high rate of insecurity in Nigeria. Insecurity, to me, if I would, start with my own definition, is a breach of peace and security, whether historically, religious, ethnic, regional, civil, social, economic, and political, that contributes to recurring conflict and leads to wanton destruction of lives and property. So in view of this opinion or my own perception of insecurity, I would like our panelists to do a well-meaning job. And I would like to call on the person to Dr. Odumaki to kickstart this topic from her own perspective, ma'am. I would like Dr. Joe Odumaki, ma'am, if you're there, to help us from your own perspective to deliberate on this issue of priority of ANWBN today. Dr. Joe Odumaki, please. And if she's not there, we can actually call on Honorable Janet. Is she there? Okay. Technical, can you help find if she's there? Okay.
Are you saying, is she there?
Is she there? Okay, if she's not there, can Honorable Febishola Adeyemi do us the honors of starting while we wait for Dr. Odumaki to join us? Honorable, please, ma'am.
Good morning once again. Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I want to commend the association for this wonderful Mbutu spirits in Nigeria, which the Zambians call Zama Zama. A very great one. And I tell you that moving from fear to hope is a major necessity if women strive for success in the land. Security issue, like you read out, has been a long-standing, insecurity issue has been a long-standing issue. And every year we see it getting deeper, and you understand the problems around insecurity. And if we are not careful, it will lead to balkanization of our country. You could see so many groups agitating, challenging government because of the insecurity measures. And the worst hit are the vulnerable ones, that is women and children. Let's quickly just take our mind back to the most recent issue in Nigeria, that's which we are still battling with, that's the COVID-19. You could see the number of rapes, even 90-something-year-old we are not saved, which is part of insecurity. You could see women so being raided. We've seen pilots, we've seen military officers being killed because they are women. We've seen top officials being killed because they are women. So security issues are diverse. You look at economic insecurity, you look at social insecurity, you look at, see, even government itself failing in terms of their responsibility. So my sister, the causes of security are many, and the reasons for them are many. So if we want to look at it, we have to trace our mind back to those era and then do a comparative analysis. When Nigeria, when we were growing up, you see people leave their wares by those sides, nothing tampers with it. You'll find that the kind of houses, all we have to do is go back to our villages and look at those old houses. They have no, in fact, some are modern houses which you can just use your hand to push and they will fall. No security fences, nothing. And yes, people were living peacefully. What started changing this thing? Is it civilization? Is it injustice? Is it governance structure? So all is there. So when you look at it from that angle, you can now come up with the different scenarios. What happened post 1960? What happened during the military? And what happened after the military? So if you juxtapose security along that line, it becomes a lot easier to be able to discuss. Recently, you find out that in Nigeria, national issues has resulted in kidnapping, where people take interest in kidnapping people or abduction or armed robbery or carnages of all forms, and why? And trace the reasons to the issue of unemployment, frustration here and there. So people find alternative means of survival because people will always do that. Then the Islamic fundamentals came up with their own. That is the Boko Haram. The Boko Haram came up and said no to Western civilization. They started attacking mosque schools and things like that. That it is so your child is going to school, you are frightened. You want to go to a public square, you are frightened. You want to go to the market, you are frightened because these people target public places, target markets, target shopping complexes. So you want to look at, then you look at the Niger Delta issue. That's around we started in the 1990s. And for government to address it, those people were protesting, you understand, because of the way the environments were mutilated and destroyed. But what happened? The late President Yaradua killed Sarawiwa, and then rather than solve the problem, that catapulted a lot of issues. Thank God for President Yaradua that came up with this carrot and stick formula, where they created the amnesty and all that. So you can keep tracing it and you keep on seeing that rather than the thing going down is happening up. Then diseases came with its own, which is a form of insecurity. We had the Ebola. All these things we are robbing on our economy. Now post COVID-19, which virtually destroyed and disorganized everybody. So threw more people to the streets. Business we are killed. Some could not survive, some could not address. And then the governance structure itself, you see the injustices, you see the system where you have the untouchables. You have the system where you find people, you understand, who live on taxpayers' money and don't care about the survival of the people. So what kind of response do you expect from people? So people became deviant, you understand? People are no longer respectable, even in the police force. You wonder that these police people that stay on the road and take bribes, their officers, don't they ply the road? How come these people have the audacity, to do what they do on the road? Why? Because governance has broken down. So these are all the reasons for insecurity in the country. So maybe as we move along, you understand, we'll be able to dip, because I don't know how much time I have. You now pick each sector critically and appraise the Boko Haram thing, the kind of damage they've done. How can we salvage? What are the causes? You understand, the real causes, for these things. Then where is the place of ethics and morals? In those days in Yoruba land, you have what we call Omoluabi. You spoke, when you were reading my CV, I was laughing, you understand, because number one, I never even submitted any CV. But I'll tell you that I met the love of my life in UK, in engineering school. And when he talked about marriage, I said, Sam, we cannot marry until we get back to Nigeria, where my parents can go to your village. They know who you are, they know they know everything about your roots. Because in those days, the Omoluabi factor is so key. You cannot go to prison and come back. That family is ruined. You cannot steal and still raise your head and become any amount to anything. But these days, we seem not to care about all those things. So these are critical issues that have affected insecurity in the country. So insecurity, you find politicians who armed the people. Like if you look at the Niger Delta militants, you understand, they armed these boys, the Aba boys, they armed them. And after election, they didn't recover the guns. So the guys utilized the guns for something else, for kidnapping, for abduction. So these are all issues of insecurity. But however, this insecurity, it affects the girl child most. It affects the women most. And so that is why I'm so happy today that a retired police commissioner is here, because when you look at insecurity reports and you look at the victims, and if you do a statistics, you find that more women are affected. We all read the gory killing of a young girl in the church some few months ago. Over what? You understand? Why? Because she doesn't even have that muscle, no matter the training you go through, the tactics, you understand, to be able to open. Women are not created like that. And I'm in a masculine sector, engineering. And I said, because a woman is an engineer does not mean she has to be muscular, you understand, to become successful in that field. And so I like what Professor said, you understand, talking and describing what a woman should be. But however, we don't have what it takes to overcome or overwhelm those people, you understand, when they attack us. So women have been victims, schoolgirls have been victims when you look at the issue of rape. So I believe that as we go in deeper into this session, we'll be able to talk more about security issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honestly, my honorable has done justice to, speaking from the heart. The word insecurity it's often looked as if it's something that is far-fetched, but she has delved it that perhaps it still boils down to the olden days. She talked about the houses were not even fenced. Doors were not even closed. So, but what went wrong? And then she mentioned a few, maybe it's government structure that has the untouchables syndrome in it. It is the fact that, the civilization we gave misconception, maybe the injustice of, or even the post 1960 issues. Maybe she talks about the unemployment issue. She talks about frustration. She talks about the fact that when somebody is eating chicken and another person is smelling it from another place, that can actually bring insecurity because it now brings envy. It now brings strife. So, Honorable, you wouldn't have there, but done a great justice to this topic. So moving forward, thank you so much, Ma, for that. We want to look at the man in our midst that is an AIG, that is the force, that will kind of give us his own view of the way insecurity from his experience. And that is the person of AIG Bashiru Diama, retired. Please, sir, if you're there, can you do us the honor of looking into this insecurity as our priority of ANWBN towards moving the business and the security of the citizens of Nigeria? Technical, is AIG Makama there?
He's not here yet, ma'am.
Okay, he's not here. And what about Mrs. Professor Adiogo? Is she here? Professor Adiogo, ma'am, are you here? Professor Adiogo, ma'am?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. I don't know when you joined, and our discussion of now is actually we're discussing insecurity. Economic and religious implications. And I've actually taken, I don't know whether you listened to your profile, and then we listen to Honorable Beauty Adeyemi on her own perception and from your own perspective, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, I've been here from the beginning.
Thank you so much.
We've been having some problems with the internet access, but I've been able to solve. So I want to crave your indulgence to ask that Technical could please enable me to share my screen, because I have a PowerPoint presentation. Yes, if that is it's okay by everyone. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished ladies, women blazing the trail in the business arena. In spite of all the odds in Nigeria, we are doing a lot, and we need to appreciate ourselves, and we need to really, really support one another. This program gladdens my heart because it shows that women are coming together And when we come together, we are a greater force because we determine the society. We are the owners of the society. We are the moral compass for the society. And as we come together more and more, there is strength in number. I would like to present on insecurity from the economic aspect and using my experience in the environmental sciences to open our eyes to another way that as women entrepreneurs in business, we could effect a change in the way business is being conducted and ensure food and economic security. I am aware that a number of the participants in this program will deal on the other aspects of insecurity, which is political and religious insecurity. My message deviates a little from that and focuses on what we can do in terms of economic security, because at this time in our life, we need hope that we could overcome these dark periods that we are in and hope for a better tomorrow. So the title of my presentation will be Conducting Business in Nigeria. Conduct environmental technical.
Technical, can you help out with for how to share? Thank you.
I hope everybody can see the screen, please.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm going to be talking on conducting business in Nigeria, environmental sustainability in the context of a green climate. This focuses on and what we as women entrepreneurs can do to ensure that we conduct our business in a way that would ensure that we protect our families and our children from further environmental pollution and its effects. For us as the female gender, we are very unique because we are intuitive. We have the sixth sense. And that seems to be the major driving force for us as entrepreneurs in the sciences, in every area of life that we make our endeavors. And we find that from medieval times, from time immemorial to the present, we have been excellent at securing our environment and ensuring food security. Examples of Cleopatra, the main organizer of this, Mrs. Nana Okurubido, and every female, you and I, if we look at what we juggle every day as females, we juggle career with family, with societal expectations, and we all still come out looking very fine, which tells us that women have a unique nature and a unique creation. We are unique creations. Examples of women who have contributed to the Nigerian climb include Mrs. Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, a very, very strong activist. Women that have gone to war, women in economics, the late Dora Akinyuli and our economists blazing the trail. And our girls are not left behind. Yeah. They are also making waves in different climes in the country. You have Nigerian school students, female students that did the urine generator in 2012 and they got an award for it. And the Nigerian secondary school students that won the Champion World Technovation Challenge in the US. We are proud to be women, and women are really doing a lot. If you go into careers and living, you find that 30% of registered entrepreneur businesses in Nigeria belong to women, and 41% of micro businesses are owned by women. In spite of all these contributions we have made to national economy, we are not duly acknowledged or recognized. But the good news for us is that there is strength in number. And with the numbers that are coming together, we can effect the desired change because champions keep playing until they get it right. And forums like this ensure that we come together so that we can get it right. As economy and environmental managers, we have made a lot of strides in agriculture, in oil and gas, in economy, and in businesses and activism. And that is because of the resilience that we have as women. This is my quote, and they hold me responsible for it. I believe that when we talk about the issue of creation, what we hear from religious aspect is God made man from dust, but he made woman from man. So to me, women are double refined dust. And that is why we find that in everywhere we are, no matter how difficult it is, from nothing, we create something. So shout out to all the women on this program and all those that are not able to attend, because we are actually double refined dust, which is special in every way. As trailblazers in environmental protection, we as women need to be more conscious about how we contribute to food security in Nigeria by protecting land, water, and air. We need to look at the waste we generate from our businesses, from SMEs to corporations. How do we manage this waste? Because 70% of the Earth's surface is filled with water. And my specialization is in water toxicology. We find that we produce a lot without thinking about where these wastes go to. And what we are producing is beginning to come back to us, because our business activities, either in the textile industry, plastic production, and all in agriculture, we need to start being conscious of how these things affect the environment. For example, you have a big farm, you plant, and you are told use 2 caps of the pesticide. But in most instances, you find that people see, oh, this pesticide is killing pests, and I'm having more crops. They use 5. These 5 stay in the environment, they go into water, and they come back to us. A lot of research we have carried out in the last 10 years has shown that the increase in cancer reproduction problems they are having, and is affecting women a lot, is coming from these chemicals that we are discharging into the environment. And this is a very good forum for us to bring it up and let us know that we need to treat the chemicals we use for our environment. Like I said, wastes need to be treated because they contain dangerous chemicals. And these chemicals cause hormonal imbalance. You'll find that in the younger population these days, there seems to be a lot of reproductive problems. And we are thinking, oh, maybe it's spiritual. Don't get me wrong, I believe that there are spiritual things. But science is showing us that what we are giving to the environment is returning back to us. Because we drink water, we eat fish, we take crabs, we take periwinkles, and they accumulate these chemicals. And when these chemicals are accumulated in them and we cook them, we eat them. And they are causing developmental problems, birth defects, environmental problems to our children. So as women, we are in a strategic position to ensure food security. Gas flaring too leads to climate change that we are seeing. You can see that we are in September going to October, and the rains that should have come before are coming now with flooding. So our activities as business owners is affecting the environment in a negative way. In the textile industry, the dyes that we use from SMEs to corporations have heavy metals in them. And these metals are causing growth problems to children and women too. Our children and women, our pregnant women, are at great risk from this exposure. And we need to do this. How can we as women conduct better business? Because we can balance family and business and life. We are natural nature tenders. We tender things, we grow families, we develop families. That means that as women entrepreneurs, we make 30% of the entrepreneurial list in Nigeria. We need to start deploying technology that will address pollution so that we can reduce waste that comes from our industries. The good side of this is that it will increase resource efficiency and promote sustainable lifestyles. It will contribute to poverty alleviation and help us to promote green technologies. A healthy people produce an economically viable nation. If we manage our environment carefully, we will get returns on our investments, and we get a healthy workforce, which will lead to better productivity. All these are in line with the Sustainable Development Goals that we have been talking about. And for me to go further, one moment, please. Technical. How can we achieve food security? As human beings, as women, we have other tenants in nature. I'm a zoologist and we talk about this. We have the ants that help us with agriculture. We have the animals, but we are the chief tenants of it. We have to make decisions to reduce environmental pollution. If we want to ensure continuity of a healthy human population, we need to protect the other tenants in nature, because environmental protection is a matter of rights and moral responsibility. As caretakers of the moral code, we should conduct business environmentally friendly business so that we can protect human health. And to go further, I would want to leave us with this word of encouragement. If we knew our strength as women, there is this parable of the snakes. In my culture, we say that if the snakes can come together and take a walk, nobody will be able to kill them. We will run away. And then the parable of the broom. We come together as a strong unit. Whatever happens, whatever we do, nobody can take the fire out of our souls. No matter how terrible the insecurity situation is, you will find out that women, we stand up. We say no, even at the expense of discomfort to us. And nobody can take the fire out of our soul, the stars from our eyes, the passion in our hearts, because they are ours to keep forever. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on a second, please. I'm having connectivity issues. One moment. Yeah, okay. One moment. The message I want to give to all women on this platform, because when we look around us, the happenings in the society is enough to not make us want to get up and do more. But we all have different abilities, from the SMEs to the global corporation. Rivers, lakes, ponds, streams, we all have different names, but they all contain water. So I want to appreciate all women, from those having their small business in front of their houses to those that run big corporations. Because when we all come together and harness our strengths, we will save the environment from further degradation, we will ensure food security in Nigeria, and we will protect the population, especially our children, from pollutant-associated diseases. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. I hope that as we go on, we will make food security a priority, and we would be the trailblazers as women to ensure food security in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Technical, can you?
I'll share the screen. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Professor. You did. Honestly, I never knew that economic security was this, honestly, was this deep. From economic security, cohabiting, where you use the narrative of the ant, you know, it's so awesome. So that means that as economic security, in pursuing economic security, we need hope. We need to cohabit. Understand that as tenants, we have co-tenants, so that when we live together, we will walk far. Thank you so much, Professor, for this laudable insight to this priority issue of reducing insecurity for national good, politically, economically, and religiously. Thank you very, very much. I was actually looking forward to AIG. It would have really iced the cake with his own perception on this aspect of insecurity from the military angle. We're still looking forward. We wish he would be here to add to what the two wonderful women in our midst, Honorable Janet Febisola Adeyemi and Professor Aina Olubukola, has done. But I don't know if Technical knows if he's around. AIG Bashiru D. Makama, retired. If he is not available, I believe that we would have to go back to MC to do. But before I do that, I want to say a very big thank you. I want to give a very, very big hug to our panelists that in all the busy schedule, they made out time to honor this outing. Thank you so much, Professor Adeogun. Thank you very much, Honorable Adeyemi, for this enlightenment this morning on ANWBN 2020 Summit of Fear and Hope. Thank you so much. My MC, I think
Yes,
I'll give it back to you to continue the honors of piloting this ship. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Joy Nweke. Thank you. That was a wonderful, wonderful session. In fact, we had to go through lectures. So I was just scribbling and writing notes. It was enlightening. Thank you so much, so much. I always say it, I'm very proud to be a woman. And if I come back to the world again, I will still want to be a woman because we are just special beings. We can multitask, you know, and that is, I mean, we shouldn't even wonder at that. It's because we have wombs. So we nurture, like I said earlier on. And I love what Miles Monroe of blessed memory said about women. He said that women, that we are like incubators, that we can make things to grow. Whatever you give to a woman, she will not give it back to you the way you gave her. She will add value to it and she will give it back to you. That we make things to grow. We are incubators. He said if you give her a word, she will give you a sentence. Give her a sentence. A woman will give you a paragraph. You know what? When you give her a paragraph, she will give you a book. And I want to also say, on my own, woman a book, she will definitely give you a library. Yes. Women make things to grow. We can add value to things. You know, we make babies. Give us spermatozoa. We make babies. So give us a house. We make homes out of a house. That is who we are. We are wonderful people. I want us to celebrate us. Everyone on this platform, just celebrate stuff. We are wonderfully and fearfully made. Thank you so much, Mrs. Joy Nweke. Thank you, professors. Appreciate it so much. Can we kindly mute ourselves if we are not speaking? Thank you so much. It's been awesome so far. I want to move forward to the next session. You know, we had discussed about issues bordering on insecurity. We're now going to another very critical issue. We are looking at priority issue number 5, which is lack of access to finance. This is a very important issue to us as women, female entrepreneurs. How far can you go? How far can you build your business when you don't have finance, the wherewithal? We hear there are monies out there. There are big monies that the government is rolling out. We don't ever get it. Like personally, I've not heard of too many people that have given testimony to the fact that they got the loans. What is really, really going on? We will be having a keynote address on how to access finance. Financing for women-owned businesses. And we are looking at moving from problems and promises, actions and prosperity. Someone said earlier about action. Walking the talk. Action, action, action. Moving beyond problems and promises. We have been given so many promises. we want them to be translated into actions. We want to see it. And so we'll be taking a keynote address. I hope Mrs. Aisha N. Ahmad is around. She will be taking a keynote address on access to financing for women-owned businesses, moving from problems and promises to action and prosperity. It will be taken by Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, the Deputy Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. Is she on this call yet? Can the technical crew help us to check if she's on now, or we take her later? Okay, so we will wait for her while we take the next item on our agenda. We'll take the next item on our agenda. All right. I'm being informed that she has sent in someone that will be representing her to take the keynote address. So, Mrs. Irene Diyikuka, I hope I pronounced that well. Apologies if I didn't, of DFD. She is the CBN head, MSME Finance Division of Nigeria. Mrs. Irene Diyikuka of DFD, the CBN head, MSME Finance Division, representing Mrs. Aisha Ahmed, the Deputy Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. Madam, you have the floor now. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I hope I'm being heard.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear.
And I want to stand on existing protocol and to appreciate what the women are doing. It's very exciting to know and to hear and also participate in women coming together as a group to forge ahead in what matters most in not only our lives, but also the economy as a general. We're giving of CBN because if you may know, of the is doing. So as policies are rolled out, CBN also rolls out policies to support and complement what the government is doing. And it will also interest you to know that since the inception of CBN, there has been one program, initiative, or intervention or the other to improve the way things, especially in respect of the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Because of course, it's believed and known that that is the engine of the economy of any nation. So the emphasis is, of course, on production, and which also wants to, that supports the very important in the, and for you to achieve that, you need to do a lot of production to be able to bring down the price and also make it available for the populace. So from years back also, we had strategies in place that actually emphasized on inclusive growth. Yes.
Sorry, we need to see your face very well. You need
Okay.
to tilt your, oh, awesome. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry. Yeah. So as I said, one of the major critical mandate of the CBN is to ensure monetary and price stability out of the 5 mandates. And in it also so to stimulate finance to agriculture and to facilitate investment in critical infrastructure development, also to deepen financial services inclusively. So it means it's including everyone. It doesn't negate the women. Women are part of it. And I was also glad to hear that somebody also mentioned yesterday that we're in the same market. The men and the women are in the same. So what does it mean for the woman? The woman now needs to up her game, first and foremost, have to make sure that she understands what the business is and how to run it. So it means she cannot just lay back. I know most of us, or some of us, would always want to say, I'm treated differently, I should be treated separately. But you know that the rules are always there. But at the same time, it was also realized that based on the conditions and the culture of the Nigerian system, there were improvements in the products that we had before now. So, and the improvement of the products included interventions that needed to actually cater for women, which by year 2009, there was this product that was developed, which was the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development Fund, which basically was supposed to cater for 60% of, sorry, the fund was supposed to cater for 60% of the fund was supposed to cater for women. And the fund was supposed to be 220 billion. Coming to apply. They were supposed to come through financial institutions, micro banks. And I know some of us had, but probably along the line, we fell. So there's also a need for us to remain trendy, even in our business, improve on our capacity building to be able to compete as the trends change in the economy. So we also have currently, and the MSFD fund is available. It is from this same fund that we have the Anko Boras program. I'm sure you would have been hearing of it, where we have 18 commodities that are running under that. Focal commodities that CBN felt the country has been spending so much importation bill on, and Nigeria can produce that. So we are running with those. We have the Small Medium Enterprises Investment Fund scheme, that is also running. It's supporting women in agriculture and small businesses. It's also supporting the youth in this area. Professor Sarah mentioned something about developing the younger ones. We have those programs online also running for the youth. We have, the targeted COVID-19 facility is almost running out because we were supposed to disburse up to 100 billion, which is almost out. We have also the commercial agricultural scheme, of which is supposed to fund tickets of those participating in the agriculture. And that has been running also. Recently, around 2014, 2016, we started with the Real Sector Support Facility, where businesses into manufacturing and agriculture are also encouraged. This is to fund high ticket transactions, big ticket transactions in the billions. So as I discussed, you can see that we have that caters for the lower end of the market and also the higher end of the market. In the RSSF, for the RSSF, we have the DCRR, that is the differentiated cash reserve ratio. This is funds set aside by the banks, ready to fund projects that they look at and are comfortable with and know that they can repay. We also have the health sector support intervention fund, which is also running. Additionally, we have the health sector research and development intervention scheme, which is also running. In fact, particularly for the health sector counterparts August and our dailies. And I must tell you that so far from the applications that we've received, I only saw one woman that sent her own application. We have not seen these applications come in. But I want to also clarify something, that these interventions are there, they exist in CBN. But fortunately, unfortunately, being a regulator, we cannot deal directly with either the woman or the man or the companies. The companies have to go through, what is the modality now? I'm talking about the modality. You have to pass through a financial institution for your facility applications to come to us around collateral. So one of the duties also for the development finance department is to make policies that would make the environment comfortable for the players in the market. So the National Collateral Registry came on and register your interests. What do we mean by interest? You register probably your good. In some instances, the equipment you are using can be registered so that you can now access that facility. So the collateral now becomes that asset that you are using to generate funds. And it's still available. Fortunately, the man on that bit is going to be online on the 5th of October. So if you are interested, we could share the link with you people so that you can log on and also ask your questions and understand better how you can play in it. Also, I want to say that in pursuant to the efforts CBN is doing in respect of the women, financial inclusion is another aspect of making and enabling the women and the vulnerable. Financial inclusion has different working groups, after which we had the group that caters for the vulnerable, which includes women, youth, and the physically challenged. From the working group, there was a framework that was developed. And I'm glad also to mention that this framework was launched yesterday. And it says Framework for Advancing Women's Financial Inclusion in Nigeria. And there were 8 imperatives that were rolled out that span across the implementation, expansion, completion, and development. So you can see that we have so many interventions out there to assist women. And I must say that all these interventions that we have rolled out or that are available are cheap, single-digit interest. The maximum is 9%. And that's for the interest. And it's all inclusive. Also, they are meant to give you long tenure facilities. So you would never have a facility that probably is less than 3 years, depending on the gestation period. Also, this encourages diversification. It helps us to, as I mentioned earlier, that we have so many commodities now that CBN is actually, running with. So with this, I think I'd want to encourage women also to continue to synergize, because that is key and very important. We continue to hold each other's hands. And I'm a
Thank you so much, so We are all of being women, and we are proud of what women are doing across the globe. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. We have heard what you said, ma'am, and we appreciate the Central Bank for their the laudable intervention funds. But like I said, we always hear, but you have told us that there's no way that we can access them directly as women. We usually would have to go through the financial institutions to do that. I guess that must be where we have the snag, where we maybe their conditions are too stringent, or we don't know, but somehow we are not getting it. But with the collaboration we are having with you now, we know that something positive will come out of it. Can we kindly write out our questions? The link, ma, we are going to we want that link so that we can actually log onto the link and see what we can get from there. Are there questions?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Excuse me, moderator. I think let me share first. Even you can access our guidelines on our website.
Okay.
That's www.cbn.gov.ng. You can also log into the financial inclusion website, capital letter FIS at cbn.gov.ng. Then for the NCR webinar, I will share it with you so that you can share with the members. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. The technical crew will help us. So, but the technical crew will also help us to project it. If you have questions, kindly type the questions in so that we can get answers to our the questions. I've not seen questions, or maybe they have moved forward. Okay. Okay, let me check the question and answer. Okay. Okay, ma'am, I will plead that you still remain with us for a while so that we can capture the questions out. Then you can do justice to the questions even as we go forward.
No problem. I'm here.
Thank you.
Yes,
we appreciate your coming, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Before we move ahead, we are going to a very important session too, still on finance. So I seek our indulgence to still kindly wait and be part of it. I want to acknowledge someone important in our midst. We have Mrs. Barbara Langley. She is the Director, Center for Women's Economic Empowerment, CIPE. She's in our midst right now. Madam, you are welcome. We appreciate your coming. Yes, she's giving us a wave of the hand. Thank you so much. Thank you. We also have a founder and an industry, AWCCI. Her name is Pawish. Can you kindly give us a wave of the hand? Can you unmute and say hello?
Yes, here I am. It's an honor to be here among all you wonderful ladies, and I had the experience of listening to the very wonderful speeches by my friends in Nigeria. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. I also want Mrs. Barbara Langley to give us a short speech. Mrs.
Yes,
Barbara
thank you.
Langley, can you? Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be with you all. I do stand on protocol and just wish your dear excellencies, honored guests, and to my dear colleagues at the Association of Nigerian Businesswomen's Network. And I'm the director of the Center for Women's Economic Empowerment at the Center for International Private Enterprise, or CIPE as we're more commonly known. Please allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to the ANWBN National Coordinator, Anita Akurabito, and the organization leadership for this kind invitation to address you today and to join you for the first ever Nigerian Women's Business Summit. And thank you so much for taking time out of your agenda and yielding the floor to me right now. I know that we're in the middle of talking about finance and we'll get back to it very soon for sure. It's really an incredible achievement what you're doing in this virtual environment, including launching a Women's National Business Agenda. Having organized events myself, I know it's no simple task to bring us all together, both across your beautiful country and around the world. And through the miracle of modern technology, I'm joining you today from my home in Laurel, Maryland, although I'd much rather be with you in person. And I'm really excited actually that we were able to help the organizers and bring some of our colleagues from Bangladesh and Afghanistan to talk to you a little bit today about their experience on access to finance and on the issue of security for women in the business sector. And so we look forward to their remarks very soon.
Okay.
But if you'll indulge me, I just want to talk to you a little bit about CIPE and the importance of this momentous occasion of what you're doing to address the barriers for women in business in Nigeria. For those of you that might not be familiar with CIPE, let me give you a few quick remarks about our organization and our cherished partnership with ANWBN. CIPE is a nonprofit affiliate of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, working internationally to promote a private sector-led approach to the most difficult economic challenges in developing markets. Our organization was launched in 1983 as one of the 4 core institutes of the National Endowment for Democracy, which still supports our work today through an annual allocation of funding by Congress. We also compete and have been awarded projects through the United States government and foreign donor grant processes, as well as various foundational partnerships over the years. 2 years ago, CIPE established the Center of Excellence for Women's Economic Empowerment to better promote its thought leadership and expertise on this critical issue and to help advance strategies piloted with proven impact from our regional teams, such as the partnership with ANWBN. CIPE's projects are active in 6 regions of developing markets, including 64 countries currently, with dozens of field offices and representatives ensuring that democracy and free market economies deliver for the most vulnerable populations, including women-owned and women-led businesses. I first heard about ANWBN through my colleagues on CIPE's Africa team, including Director for Africa Programs Lars Benson, who I'm sure many of you may know, and our Nigeria Country Director, Wumi Gadabomosi, who I know many of you know. And I know that coalition building efforts have been in place for more than 6 years with CIPE's careful consultation. I was privileged to have the opportunity to meet the delegation from ANWBN that attended the She Trades Conference at the African Union in Ethiopia last year. And I just want to say hi to all of my friends out there. I miss you, and I hope that we could see you in person. I'm incredibly impressed at the growth of this phenomenal network over the years and how you've been able to leverage the power of your constituency. And make no mistake, the efforts that you're making with this Women's National Business Agenda are incredibly important. Globally, the Women's Business and Law Report published by the World Bank estimates that women have just 3/4 of the legal and regulatory rights of men, with Nigeria's score falling just below the average at 63.1. This report is a study that examines 8 key areas for women over the course of 10 years and was just updated recently this summer. The areas of research span a woman's life from education to retirement and everything that touches her economic agency, including her mobility and how she can get around her community and her country, her workplace, her pay, marriage, parenthood, entrepreneurship, assets, and pension. As we all know, the situation gets much more complex as great laws on the books often aren't implemented, and social norms can challenge women's empowerment even in the most progressive systems. And don't forget that the global pandemic just exacerbates these barriers and makes the urgency for resolution more apparent. We know that women make up 70% of the global health workforce, putting them at greater risk of contracting the virus. The retail, hospitality, and textile manufacturing sectors, which tend to employ more women than men, have been struggling with low consumer demand, which in turn affects women's employment and hours of work and pay. The digital divide also imposes obstacles to women performing remote work where possible or adapting their livelihoods to the current situation. Most of the 3.9 billion people who are offline are in rural areas. They are poor, less educated, and often women and girls. Sadly, girls are at an increased risk of dropping out of school altogether following school closures, potentially impacting their future economic prospects. And finally, while women dominate community social work and civil society sectors, they're underrepresented in decision-making positions worldwide. And I know that this is an issue that you're tackling in the Women's National Business Agenda, and I applaud you all for that. This means that the policies for women are not being decided by or in direct consultation with women. However, I think the future is bright because across the globe, we find women business leaders that are active in chambers of commerce, business associations, and even informal networks, focusing on raising the voice of women and policy reform. Through collective action, they are making a difference. If you don't mind, I'd like to tell you just real quick about an example from our colleagues at the Jordan Forum for Business and Professional Women in light of the global pandemic. The forum, much like you, is a member-driven women's business association. Much of their work to date has been philanthropic, organizing women business leaders to help those less fortunate in the country. However, they are making a concerted effort to listen to the needs of their members and advocate on their behalf to legislative and executive policymakers. When the pandemic hit, the forum quickly organized a survey of their members to look at the impact of social distancing policies on women-owned businesses and put forth a plan to help mitigate the economic challenge. They sent a letter to the Jordan Prime Minister, and in that letter, they proposed key solutions to help ensure the continuation of small and medium enterprises, which we all know are the driver of the economy. Solutions included things like exempting tenants from paying rent for the period when shops and commercial offices were ordered to be closed, reducing interest rates on business loans, offering grace periods for repayment of loans for affected sectors, including tourism, commercial, and industrial industries. Does this all sound familiar? I know a lot of us are going through the same thing. The forum also targeted a decision to have the central bank allocate 500 million dinars for corporate lending. In their proposals, the forum asked for things like the repayment of the loan terms to include a grace period until the end of 2021, and to allocate a percentage of the amount to business and professional women with lower interest. So as you can see, from Jordan to Afghanistan and Bangladesh, Nicaragua and Nigeria, business women just like you are forming networks, identifying similar priority issues to be addressed, such as access to finance, improved security, and updated infrastructure systems, advocating these solutions with policymakers and ensuring positive impact to make the road a little easier for the next generation of women business leaders. When I speak to those networks, I use the Nigerian example instead of the Jordan example and tell them about the great work of ANWBN. They're amazed when I tell them that your network includes dozens of women's support organizations and represents millions of women business owners. I can't wait to introduce you all in person. However, until then, we will have to continue to meet in the strange global city called Zoom. SIPE and CWE are so proud to stand with you today and help you connect to these global networks to collectively lift the barriers of women in the economy and perhaps open a few new business opportunities while we do that. We currently have an active Women's National Business Agenda in Papua New Guinea and Afghanistan, and expect to soon add consultative advocacy processes in Moldova, Central Asia, and Morocco, to name a few. We're adding to our team in the coming weeks, and we're eager to get new opportunities together for our efforts to join you to work together and walk far. Thank you all, and I wish you a successful summit and a Women's National Business Agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was an awesome speech. Indeed, when we work together, we work hard. Can we give a round of applause, everyone? Round of applause for her. Thank you so much. We appreciate your speech. Thank you. I would also want to call on Mrs. Selima Hamad. Mrs. Selima Hamad. She's the president of the Bangladesh Women Chamber of Commerce and Industry, BWCCI, to give a short speech too. Thank you. You can unmute.
Thank you very much. Let me first congratulate Nigerian Women's Business Association for organizing this wonderful first Women's Business Summit. And thanks to our partner, Center for International Private Enterprise side, who has been very kind, and Erin, Barb, and Ridma to make it happen for me to attend in this very important event. Let me just speak on Bangladesh context. Over the last 2 decades, the focus of development policy initiatives to reduce poverty has undergone a significant shift, and we all know that we are all working for inclusive finance approach. These new initiatives advocate for a finance for all. However, Bangladesh approach towards inclusive finance differs from the broader finance for all policy agenda. So from Bangladesh, actually, what Bangladesh Women Commerce Team, which was founded in 2001 with 24 members. Now we have more than 5,000 members. The first thing was that Bangladesh was or is a land of microcredit, and we wanted to see that women entrepreneurs goes beyond a micro, because when we would like to have real empowerment of women, going to bank, having a registered business always is very important, and that's what we were looking for. And so we had a Women's National Business Agenda, which was also supported and by SIPE. And what are the key barriers faced by women entrepreneurs while having access to finance, and how effective are the existing policies and programs in addressing the challenges faced by the women entrepreneurs, and what actions can be taken to make the policy program programmatic interventions which can be more helpful and more effective. So we actually had this Women's National Business Agenda, and after that, when we identified that the 3 important agenda was very important, first is capacity building, and then access to a social barrier was actually the first. Second was capacity building, and the third was access to finance. Because if your society doesn't permit you how you can do business, and of course, if you don't have the capacity, if you can't run the business, what you will do after getting the bank loan. So we develop advocacy team. So Bangladesh has 8 divisions. So each divisions we had established advocacy team, and we wanted to have a separate policy for the women entrepreneurs of Bangladesh. And that separate policy was, first was no collateral, because as a Muslim woman, I'm sure Nigeria is also majority is Muslim. So we get under the Sharia law, we get 50% of our brothers, and from husband actually we don't get anything. With, and also 50% of our brothers doesn't give, so we don't have anything, any collateral. So we wanted to have without collateral, and we wanted to have the lowest rate of interest. And we formed that advocacy team. We went to different banks, met the managing director, the CEO, and tried to understand why they are not giving. And we found that they are interested to give bank loan, but that understanding the women entrepreneurs was very much missing. And when we went to the small town, we found the managers of different branches of bank, they don't get any green signal from their head office. So they also don't give any loans. So what we did, we went to the central bank and we said, no, we have to have a separate policy. And that actually helped us by having a serious advocacy, which is like, you know, from the demand side, from the supply side. And it was like a going and coming forth. And also we engage the media, telling our stories that if we get what can happen, what are the changes we can bring in Bangladesh? We can generate employment, we can increase tax and VAT for our country. And when Bangladesh is a least developed country, it will move towards, our target is to move towards middle income and also developed country. How we'll do it? Because 51% is population. So that also the government also understood that yes, these groups are important. And this advocacy team was well trained, and it was also trained by the site. So that actually helped us to have a separate policy, which was the lowest rate of interest and a $30,000 without collateral. That really gave us a real boost. But on that journey, we found that there are three related issues were very important. One is capacity related issues. Even if bank wants to give, women entrepreneurs doesn't have that capacity. She has a very good business, but she doesn't have a business plan. And she doesn't have an accounting system. She cannot show the bankers that how much profit she has done last year or over 5 years. So that is very much missing, but maybe she's doing great business, but that proof is very much missing. So this is, so we started, you know, building the capacity. And then policy related issues, that yes, Bangladesh has achieved some good policies, but further policy interventions are necessary. Like, you know, credit guarantee scheme. Now we're talking about that some banks are saying, oh, if we give bank loan and if they don't pay, what can we do? Because there is no collateral. So now we're saying, okay, let us have a credit guarantee scheme. And then also mentoring and also monitoring that what actually is happening to the entrepreneurs who fail to return the money. So if we can monitor, and also in middle of their taking the loan, if you can see that, you know, she's not being successful or she's facing problem, what are the support we can give from our chambers. And third is implementing related issues. And a good policy is never enough unless and until the implementation partner and agencies understand their duties and responsibilities properly, because bankers also need to understand their responsibilities, their duties, that it is their duty. Because like in Nigeria or any part of the world, that bankers belong to that country, and bankers should be committed that these are our women folk who are coming into the economic arena, which will bring benefit to the country, and we need to understand and help them. So my taking in this journey, because this is a, you know, passion I'm doing for so many years. You know, with the Nigerian friend, I can share with you that I was fortunate to be with your former president Obasanjo in the Uganda election observer. So I know many things about Nigeria. But coming back to my what I'm saying, that you need to have a really this first women's business agenda, identify your issues and develop a advocacy team. And that advocacy team need to be, their capacity need to be developed. And also you need to gender sensitize the bankers. Bankers, men bankers or women bankers, it doesn't matter. There are many women bankers who are also not gender sensitized. So that how you have to work on it, because in one of our projects when we worked and we trained 900 women entrepreneurs and we have sensitized 200 bankers, and you know 750 women entrepreneurs got bank loans. So that also gave us an idea that how important it is. So one of the things now is important that we need to give effort to build capacity for the women entrepreneurs, and Women's Chamber or Women's Business Association should play a very pivotal role. And what is that? You know, many women business organizations are finding that, okay, they're giving training, but what training you are giving? That need assessment is very important, because some area women entrepreneurs need to know about a business plan, and maybe another area of women entrepreneurs knows about business plan, but she doesn't have an idea about the accounting system. And another area also doesn't know how to market her product. Maybe she has taken money from the bank, because taking money and getting finance is not the ultimate solution. You have to use the fund very wisely, and you have to use it in such a way that ultimately you make profit. Because if you don't make profit, you can't return the money. So you will create more liability for yourself and also for the nation. So that need assessment is very important. And after doing the need assessment, if you train and build capacity and do the advocacy, I'm sure that Nigerian Business Women Association can achieve their goal. I just would like to say that, you know, from fear to hope, it's a wonderful title. And I always say, keep hoping, keep dreaming, but don't be only a dreamer, be a doer. And lastly, I'd like to say, in this world, we are here, the women, we are here not only to survive, we are here to thrive. We are here to have a better livelihood for ourselves. We are here to see gender equality. We are here to see that our children get better food, better education, and ultimately to see that democracy prevails and country grows with equality. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow. Can we give her a loud round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we have Ridma. Do you want to speak can I have 1 minute? If Ridma want to speak from Bangladesh, she's our young future president of Women's Chamber, I always say. So
okay.
So you can hear
please
a little.
Go ahead, please.
Ridma Khan, yes.
Yes, go ahead, please. Please unmute.
Thank you, Salima. Thank you, everyone. This is a privilege to be speaking here. I think Salima Appa, she has covered everything wonderfully. I would just like to thank Saip and everyone else for the opportunity to represent BWCCI. And I always believe that the work of a Chamber of Commerce, at least the way I always view BWCCI, is to act as a medium to bridge the gap between dreams and ambitions. So I think BWCCI, through skill and capacity training and advocacy, and all our efforts has always been to just create the gap that is between a dream that a woman entrepreneur has and to materialize that into ambition. And that is all we put our efforts to actually capture. So that's all I want to add, because I know that you guys have a full agenda. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And anytime Nigerian Business Women's Association needs any sort of information from Women's Chamber, we are there. We are a great group, and we will move forward with our partner side. Thank you all.
Thank you, Saib. Thank you, Salim Muhammad. We appreciate you. I love what you did in Bangladesh when the banks were not giving you loans and the interest rates were high. You formed an advocacy group. You went to Miss Central Bank, and they made new policies for you, which favored the women. That's very, very instructive. Thank you so much for what you are doing. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just will have one more person that will give her speech, and that is Pawish. Pawish, can you kindly just unmute and give your speech? Pawish?
Yes.
Is she here? Yes, please.
Thank you very much again. And it's a privilege to speak again to all of you. Should I talk about the access to finance, or it's again still the insecurity?
You can do a bit of both, finance and security.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you turn your camera on?
Yes, I can. I mean, say that.
Your camera?
Yes, here it is.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much again. In Afghanistan, among other challenges businesswomen are facing, in particular everybody is facing, is security. I would give a bit of a background on the challenges women are facing here while they enter a workspace or private sector. So beside cultural and social norms, penetrating in a market which is usually a male dominated. Penetrating in a market, security is a challenge for women too, more than for a man, because they are somehow interrelated to the social and cultural barriers. Very recently, we have got an alert from U.S. Embassy in Afghanistan that there is a threat for women, and for women and women groups. So we should have some measures, and after that, we were trying to apply them at AWCCI as well. Security is one of the challenges which make women to become static. It causes it's a barrier to.
Can you increase the volume a little bit? The volume.
Sure. Is it okay now? Yes.
Okay. Let's.
Yeah. So it causes the women to be static, to do or to run their business from wherever it's possible for them, starting from their home to one of their nearby offices she rents. and not to move to other provinces to explore more and to work with women in the rural areas and in other provinces, so that we can have a mix of culture and a mix of races and also a mix of products, so that they can attract buyers from all over the country. So I think this is the main challenge in terms of making connections and getting more markets and buyers for their products, and as well as for doing business with the other provinces. Coming to the access to finance, since 2014, when we become like we started as a women association. We were not a chamber at that time because Barb knows, and most of our side colleagues and maybe our neighboring countries, that there wasn't any law or there wasn't an entity where we could go and refer to them in order to know how to establish a chamber. There were other organizations who would work with women on their social and their women or human rights and on their political participation and other aspects, but not on their economic participation or on their economic role in the society. So we started as an association at that time. It was a group of women who established this association back in 2014, and we carry out 3 years of operations doing some substantial work, including a national database of women in private sector, both who owns a business and the ones who are into the private sector as an employee. And we also created some advocacy groups in Kabul, in the capital of Afghanistan, and in the 4 other regions, where we gathered women in groups, and we asked them to outline their challenges and problems, go a little bit in depth to that, so that we can find a solution as well. So they themselves proposed some recommendations in order to overcome those challenges and problems. It was another strong document which were represented with the leader on women in private sector to the president of Afghanistan. And we paved our way through the First Lady's office. It was the time when we had the First Lady's office in Afghanistan, and it was the time just after the Brussels conference, where the attention of countries, United Nations, and other states were drawn to the economic participation of women in Afghanistan. So we have a very high decision-making council, which is called High Economic Council. We represented the association, and we presented our case for the name change from the association to Afghanistan Women's Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And that was the time. We were approved. This name change was approved by the High Economic Council, and a decree was passed by the President of Afghanistan for the establishment of AWCCI. And so I gave this background in order to highlight that the effort started from that time. Our advocacy was like the challenges, and also included their access, women's access to finance. We work with the banks, we work with the central bank, and I remember in 2018 there was one commercial bank who could give loan to women, starting from 7.5% of interest rate, but which is again a higher rate of interest for women. And then recently, in last year, there were commercial banks who got an official document and an official announcement to a press conference from Central Bank that they have to decrease their interest rates. And they finally did, but it was only 5%, and it was not applicable because when women went to these banks and they claimed they gave an application, for example, for loan, and so they were like showing there have been a lot of reform that has been brought for SMEs particularly. Like they don't have to do audit, for example. They will come and check their accounts because audit is again an expense for them. And we don't need a collateral. We just want to be two of the businesses who could give a guarantee that you will pay back. But in practical, even though we introduced them through a letter and we asked for their assistance based on an MOU with one of the banks, none of the women could get a loan. So finally, last year we decided to launch a revolving fund. So it is called Bibi Khadija Revolving Fund. The name comes from our award, which is also again Bibi Khadija, who was the wife of Prophet, and she was a trader, a famous trader in our history and at the time of Prophet. So we work with AIB, with this one of the commercial banks called Afghanistan International Bank, and they work with us on their SME loan. So they put an amount of 25,000 from their SME loan to our funds, and then we started rolling out. We informed women and we asked them to give application, like a plan. What's the purpose you use? How will you pay back? What's the revenue stream or revenue source? So finally, in the beginning of the year, I think it was February 2020, when we gave loan to 11 women from Kabul provinces, starting from $500 to $3,000. It's an interest-free loan, and the payback period is longer. We ask them to give a schedule which is convenient to them when they can start paying back. And there is also a grace period so that they can have enough time to utilize the loan they receive, and then it becomes easier for them to pay back. With this, we kept trying with other partners. So we also got another 25,000 from UNDP to their small grants program. Yes, SGP. But there we had to ask them, it's for environment protection and conservation, so, and climate change and all environment related aspects. So we need to make sure a woman who gets this loan from this part of UNDP, they contribute to environmental protection or conservation. And we have got good ideas from women, and this is usually, the loan is for their marketing and promotion. They can buy a machine, for example, which costs, for example, 3,000. So this is easy for them. Or if they want co-finance, so this is a great win. And since this is revolving, it can benefit more women every year. So this is the plan we took on hand, and we still struggle with the banks to get loans. We have recently again started working with a bank who is going to coach and mentor businesses on their financial management. If they get a loan, how they can use it, and how they can pay back, and some other financial programs. So this is what we have done.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Round of applause for her. Thank you so much. When women come together, when we work together, we can go far. You got to a point, you formed also an advocacy group. You went to meet the First Lady.
Mm-hmm.
You went to meet the First Lady,
yes,
and the president ruled in your favor. That is awesome. Another round of applause for them. Thank you so much. We appreciate you greatly. Thank you. Okay, so we want to move forward now. Thank you so much. Please, if you have questions, kindly just keep typing. I've seen some questions, but I would like us to take the panel session now. So after that, all the questions that I've seen written out, and those that you're going to read now, you're going to write out, we'll be able to read them out, and we'll get our answers. Thank you so much. Now we want to go to the panel session on finance. we are going to another awesome session on finance. We are going to take the same topic, financing for women-owned businesses, moving from problems and promises to action and prosperity. The moderator for this session is Mrs. Amede Ashingale. She is one of the executives of ANBWN. ANBWN, she will be the anchor. She will be the moderator. I want to read out the panelists that will be joining her on this session. We have our former Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Honorable Mrs. Aisha Abubakar. Honorable Mrs. Aisha Abubakar, the former Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment. She will be on this panel of discussion. We are also having Mr. Yusuf Philip Yila. I hope I pronounced that well. Mr. Yusuf Philip Yila. He is from the Central Bank of Nigeria. He will be on this panel of discussion. We are also having Mrs. Adebisi Ajayi. Mrs. Adebisi Ajayi, the head of gender resources from Bank of Industry. And we are having, last but not the least, Mrs. Obioma Liel Imoke, founder and board chair, Partnership Opportunities for Women Empowerment Realization. They have the acronym POWER. Mrs. Obioma Liel Imoke. We'll be having the four of them on the panel of discussion, and the moderator is Mrs. Amede Ashingale. Mrs. Ashingale, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, my able MC. You're doing a wonderful job. Good afternoon, everybody, and I hope you can all hear me.
Loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. So, I'm sure a lot of people have been asking questions about access to financing, asking CBN questions. We're all going to talk about that now. According to a research done in the US, 4 out of 10 businesses, only 4 out of 10 businesses are owned by women. And this also applies to Nigeria.
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
It's not too clear. You can hear. Okay, your video was on. It was not on. But okay, it's on now. It's on now. You can hear it. It wasn't initially, but it's okay. Yes.
All right. Okay. So, women are creating a huge impact on small businesses. And I'm so happy and grateful to all the speakers that have spoken. Because since yesterday, all we've heard
I think your next
collaborations, vision, and as you can see, can you hear? Hello, can you hear me?
But it's actually cracking, but continue.
Okay, so finding funding for women-owned businesses has always been a big challenge, from institutions especially. But luckily for us, we have several options today, and some of them have already been mentioned. Some of these opportunities and how we can access them are what we're about to discuss now. And to do justice to this theme, financing for women-owned businesses, moving from problems and promises to action.
Your network is fluctuating. Madam Amede, maybe you put off your video to improve the audio. Madam Amede. Hello. Madam Amede, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
No, the
very loud and clear.
But it was breaking, but put
But can you hear me now?
Yes, put
it's
the video
off.
It's better.
The video is off.
Yes, it's better with the
Can
video.
you hear me now?
Yes, it's better now. You can go ahead. Go
okay.
ahead. Yes,
so we have the opportunity to have the panel to discuss this theme. And the first is a woman, the former Minister of State for Industries, a public sector admin with over 3 decades of vast professional experience. She's got experience in various fields, including investment banking, public administration, and she's done
Madam Amede.
She's no other person but Aisha Abubakar. Good afternoon, madam. Now, hello, please, some people can hear. Hello.
Hello. It is actually breaking, but let the Honorable Minister take a speak. So maybe
yes,
able to hear you.
Ajia Aisha Abubakar, please.
Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chief Mrs. Anita Oko-Rimbidu, National Coordinator, Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, Mrs. Omowumi Badamosi, Country Director, Nigeria Center for International Private Enterprise, representing Deputy Governor CBN, my long-lost friend, Mrs. Irene Didiakuka, my fellow panelists, especially my sister, Mrs. Ajayi from the Bank of Industry, Mrs. Modipe Oyekunle, who has been on my back to attend this seminar, Deputy National Coordinator, and our moderator, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen. With your permission, I have a short slide, it's very, very short, that would highlight some of the issues that we're here to discuss today. So if I can be allowed to share my screen, I would like to start now, please. I also want to say that thank you very much. In 2016, when the national agenda, Women National Business Agenda was ready, it was presented to me by Barrister Nkiru at that time. And I'm very happy to see the progress that has been made from there with the different initiatives, especially the Women Empowerment Fund that is coming up. Congratulations, and we wish you all the best. And we're all here to support you should you need our interventions. So we all know this is a fact that 49% of Nigeria's population are women. This is based on the 2006 population census. We also know that women contribute greatly to the economy and yet are not represented in the world of finance. In sub-Saharan Africa, which is very similar to us, 37% of the women own bank accounts compared to 48% of the men. And the reasons mainly why women do not have bank accounts is that they have no regular jobs, no income, no regular income. So if you don't have a job, then you're not likely to have regular income. And therefore the need for a bank account now becomes less a priority for women across Africa. So what are the main reasons why women don't use bank accounts? And you can see where the red mark is. Again, it's reflects that there's no job and there's no irregular income. But then again, there are also so many issues that we've mentioned today here: the interest rate, bank accounts too costly, minimum balance, and so on. So these are some of the challenges that women have that discourage them from going to open bank accounts. Primary source of income for women, you can see again where the chart is very high. Women 42%, men 38%, but mostly all these are informal sectors. So another solution is we need to get more women to formalize their businesses. We need to do sensitization, advocacy, and I remember last year there was CAC did a 5,000 discount for women to open or to formalize their businesses. Such opportunities need to be transferred or decimated to women, especially at the bottom of the pyramid. Average monthly income in Naira, again, you can see below 15,000. So if you're earning 15,000 Naira a month, really the trouble of going to bank or to POS, it's easier to just keep your money under the mattress. Financial access by women, you can see the charts. Again, we're not doing too well. We need to be able to address all of these issues. So, what are the problems that prevent women from having financial access? Lack of
Your slides are not moving, madam.
I beg your pardon?
The slides are not moving.
Oh, you're not on. Okay, let's just take this. What number are you seeing? Because I'm moving here. We're on number 8. Hello?
It's still on the first page.
Oh my God. Can you see it now?
We are still seeing the front page.
Wow. Okay, that's serious. Let me just see.
Maybe you need to click.
You can do the full screen.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes. And it's gone to the second one. So just move to the third one and all of that.
Okay. Yeah, we're here. Just give me. Can you see it now?
Yes, it's going now.
Okay. So I don't need to go back, or do you want me to go back so you can see the slides? Because of time.
Yes, you can continue.
So
no, it's fine. It's fine. Just go on.
We're talking about collateral, which is a major hindrance. And I know efforts have been made to address this issue, but it's still not enough. And women, we need to go back and be able to address this issue. Poor access to loans. When we say poor access to loans, it means that women are not adequately prepared to access loans. Documentation is very important. Being able to know your pricing and your costings are very important. Being able to have an idea of what your assets cost is very important. And women are not very good at doing all of this. So we need to be able to enhance our capacity in addressing some of these issues for us to be able to access loan. So again, lack of credit history is the same. Women do not keep records. Lack of education is very, very important. We need to know the minimum, how to count, how to be able to know 1 + 1 is equals to 2. We need to be able to be aware of what it entails, because if we were not literate in financial services, then we can't really go very far. Time and mobility constraints. So again, if I'm selling akara, for example, for me to go to a bank that is 5 kilometers or even 10 kilometers away from me, I would be discouraged to go because my time is essential. I have to be able to finish my akara, probably run home to go and start doing other things, and I don't have the time to go to the bank. A lot of government policies are also not gender sensitive. And when we go on about saying, like, we have somebody on CBN, and you say you have 60% women funds, how do women access these funds? What is the special thing that you've done that women can access these funds? What is the different? What have you made easier? Because a lot of the challenges are that you go and they're asking you all these questions and you're not able to cross that bridge. So why is it not being? If you know you're catering for women, then it should be the whole axis, not just saying 60% of the funds are for women. What have you done to make it easier for women to access these funds? Social and cultural constraints, again, you know, a lot of us do not have access to land, we don't have access to houses or mortgages, and again, and then some of us, like us Muslims, religious constraints, and so on. And then inter-role conflicts from juggling domestic and professional roles. Women are fantastic at doing that, but it does not help us access finance. So again, if you can find a platform or an easier way of making it more flexible for women. Perhaps we can even have different banking hours. We just have to make it easy for women to access finance. Lack of market exposure and discrimination from banks, you know, and banks will always tell you we have a gender desk, we have this, but the processes are not different. They are still the same processes that you go from men. They just label it gender or women. But the processes are still the same. Something has to change, something has to give. Information to financial services and then competing priorities. Again, you're looking after your husband or your children or your in-laws or your parents or your work, and then you're not able to complete. Sometimes Bank of Industry is there. Sometimes when I look at a form from Bank of Industry to complete, you know, I always push it to the last, and then one day becomes 1 week and 1 week becomes 1 month. So how can problems be solved? Government policies and programs have to be gender specific, not just in words, but in ways and measures. Laws that will address gender inequality, sexual harassment, and discrimination. They have to be passed, they have to be enacted, they have to be domesticated in states across the nation, so that when women are able to, when women decide to go to the bank, or women have to go to the bank, they are able to fight for their rights. Prioritizing education that teaches women we need to be educated. And I'm not saying that women have to be formally educated, but there's certain skills that we need to acquire, and they're mostly soft skills. So there's skills we need to acquire as women for us to be able to acquire. And this is why it's so amazing that you have 52 other associations under your purview. You can use this platform to continuously educate women, have a platform where they can come together, learn when interventions are available, learn how to go through it. You go through it page by page and you teach them how to access finance. Transmission of information. A lot of us hear information and we don't know how to use it. A lot of us don't even know what is happening because we don't believe in it, even when we hear it. So again, platforms like you have can be used to give this information to women. Traditional and social media, community women's platforms to disseminate information are very, very critical, because when we keep repeating the same thing, we must use every platform we have. When we're going to our churches, when we're going to our mosques, when we're going to association meetings, we have to keep continuously passing this information, and not only passing the information, but teaching the women how to access these funds. You have to show them the forms, you have to go through it line by line so that they understand these processes. And then if the banks can simplify their processes, then it will help a lot. So we have a lot of summits that have been held by people across the world, and a lot of the times, you know, people just go away and say, well, that didn't help me. I think you have a great opportunity to make the difference. And I think that with 52 associations, that will give you over 5 million people. And that's what of the population. Of the 50% that we have in Nigeria, you know, a lot of work is done. But I want to commend what you're doing. And I hope I've made some contributions that would make access to finance easier for women in the future. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Wow. Thank you very much, Adia. Thank you. Now, I see some questions on the chat box, and one of them is asking the same questions that Adia is asking. What funding? So be able to advise on what she thinks we can do for the women entrepreneurs to be able to access funding. I'm also aware that simplifying the information on the forms that people are meant to fill in order to apply for these facilities is also a problem. So maybe Adia Abubakar can help us shed more light on that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question. You were shaking.
Thank you.
Can you please repeat your question?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's much better now.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I said that I saw a question in the chat box that was asking the same questions you mentioned in your slide, and it was about what have been done for women entrepreneurs to access funding, to make it easier for them to access funding. And I linked it to your one of your solutions, which was to simplify the information on the application forms that they have to fill in order to apply for these facilities. And I thought you could shed more light on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, simplify the forms, breaking it down at our various platforms when we have association meetings and so on. But then again, we also have to translate it to language that majority of our people speak. So these forms can now be done in Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, or even Pidgin English, because we can adopt, as an association, you can say, let us do it in Pidgin English, because then there are always people around us who can translate this thing to us. And then there are other platforms like radio and social media. Again, these are platforms we can use to break down all these forms and make it more clear and understandable for women to be able to complete. But then it's not even just enough filling forms. It's also making sure that they access the funds. So when you complete the forms, then there should be some kind of flexibility from the finance institutions to ensure that you access these forms. And I want to say, suggest that things like lines of credit, bulk borrowing. So if I'm selling rice, for example, I need to buy an equipment. Ten of us can come together and buy the equipment. That will make it easier for women to finance, to access finance. If I'm selling plantain, give 10 of us money to buy the plantain. So, it makes it easier, not just one person, but it just makes it easier for women to access finance. Thank you.
Wow. This is again talking about partnerships, collaborations, and we keep hearing it every day. Thank you very much. Women, do we have more questions? Please type it in, or else I'll just go to the next panelist. We're going to move on now to the next panelist, who is also a woman and have done various things. I'm going to call on her to tell us how we're going to use opportunities and financial to help women entrepreneurs to move from fear to hope, and to move from promise to actually. This person is a seasoned CEO and founder. She's an administrator and a serial entrepreneur. She's also a women empowerment facilitator and a development activist. She's a lover of God. Through her Power Initiative, she's helped women's lives, and she's totally transformed them through microcredit facilities and she's won several awards for about no other person but Mrs. Doma Lyell Imoke. She's here? Yes, she is. Good afternoon, madam.
Yes, I am.
And thank you for honoring this. Good afternoon. Thank you for honoring this invitation. So we'd like you to do justice.
Thank you so much.
To the theme of this afternoon, which is financing for women-owned businesses, moving from problems and from action and prosperity, using your initiative and your goals and all
You're breaking. Let her go ahead. She has heard.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Mr. Mede. Let me start by congratulating the great association that has put this together, most especially the national coordinator, Chief Mrs. Nana Okuri-Budo, and of course the country director of Nigeria, Mrs. Omoumi Badamosi of the CIPE, which is the Center for International Private Enterprise. And of course, the 52 other female business networks that form part of the network that is here today. This association has done a great thing today. This is a first, but I believe it is the beginning of very many empowerment programs for women. When I say empowerment, I'm talking about information that empowers a lady, empowers a businesswoman, and causes her to grow her business. Let me congratulate all those who have spoken before me. It's been an incredible session, and I thank God that I have been a part of this, because I know that one, my business will never be the same again, and two, my NGO would never be the same again, because we have learned interesting things from all the speakers. So thank you for inviting me once again. I'm going to start with one question: why women? And my answer is, when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. And my second answer is, without a woman, there is no man. Everybody's going to say, what is she talking about? Well, we are the ones that bring men to this world. So without us, there is no man. So that is why we are very, very important. Now, I'm wearing the hat of two people today. I'm wearing the hat of a development practitioner, and I'm also wearing the hat of a businesswoman. And as a development practitioner who's involved in empowering women and looking into issues that women face, one of the major things that comes to light in the issues of accessing finance by women in business is the gender gap issues. Gender gap, of course, we all know, is the difference between men and women as reflected in social, political, intellectual, cultural, and economic attainment and attitudes. We can all agree that there is a major gender gap issue in Nigeria. Now, in this world, with the huge pandemic that we are facing now, there is so much fear. There's so much fear. There is so much fear. Personally, financially, economically, medically, health-wise, name it. But women are here today to bring hope. As a development practitioner, one of the things that guides our projects and actions is the Sustainable Development Goals. So for us, it is very important that this gender gap be bridged. gender equality is number 5 of this goal, but no poverty is number 1 of this goal. So if of the sustainable development goals. So for us to reach and to meet the SDG 1, we have to deal with the SDG 5. And that is where my focus is today. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality leads to a better economic performance of any nation. That is the truth of the matter. Statistics tells us that gender parity could add an additional $250 billion to the GDP of the UK, or in the United States, a $1.750 billion to their GDP, and for China, 2.5 trillion to their GDP. This is if we can focus and bridge that gap and ensure that there is gender parity. So it is important to achieve SDG 1, which is eradicate poverty in the world, achieve gender equality. I was reading an article on Monday written by Ayodeji Adegboyega in his article on how Nigeria can achieve its national financial inclusion strategy target. This target is to increase access to financial services from 30% to 80% by 2020, which is this year. Well, one thing is for sure, this cannot be achieved without bridging the gender gap. Ayodeji Adegboyega agrees with me, and he says that the focus to efforts to boost women's financial inclusion should shift beyond product innovation to address the underlying drivers of gender gaps. One of them is that we need to bring in more systemic effort. A lot of people have said that systemic.
You are muted.
She's breaking. She's breaking.
Actually muted.
Is she muted?
Yes.
But she wasn't even touching anything. It must be her network.
In fact, she's really off the radar now.
Oh, I think it's the network. She's off now.
She's off the radar.
Yes. Maybe you call the
Let's wait. Next person.
Yes, let's.
Okay. Once Mrs. Simoke comes back, she will continue from where she stopped. So we're going to go to the next person. And we have already heard Mrs. Salima Ahmad. So I'm going to call on Mr. Yusuf Ila. Is also represented today by Madam Irene Diami Finance. Is she still online?
Okay.
Irene? Madam Irene, is she there?
She's on now.
Okay, she's gone out.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back, madam.
Thank you. So let me just be quick about this. So we need to put in more systemic effort, policies and all. We have to have targeted collaboration, okay? So the things we're doing today is a targeted collaboration. And financial efforts must be relevant and not aspirational, okay? It must meet women where they are. Thank you. I've heard the CBN, all the products they have. I've accessed some of their products before to help women entrepreneurs to be able to improve and grow their businesses. One of the interventions we had a few years back, today has produced an entrepreneur who now has several points where she does what? Roasted plantain and roasted yams. She owns over 5 different joints right now, and she's the owner of a car. So that is just one of the interventions we put in place. The second one is a lady that produces honey from the Obudu Mountain Resort. Today, she supplies the whole nation pure honey, and also, I'm very proud of this, she's taking her honey to South Africa. But this is because we were purposeful in what we did and ensured that the women understood, because the majority of the women in Nigeria are not educated. They don't have the wherewithal to understand business relations, but you can do what we call very soft interventions that will grow their understanding of little banking financial attitude that they have to their business to be able to grow their business. So it's important that these financial products are reviewed and women are taken into consideration. Now I'm going to put on the hat of a businesswoman. I started a retail organization in 1996 with grandiose plans of how it's going to be the Walmart of Nigeria and all that. Okay, for me to do, of Africa, for me to do that, obviously, I needed to access a lot of funds. So I started with my first store, and in a bid to grow, I needed to get a loan. So I got a loan, and I was paying between 32 to 35%. Needless to say, the collateral was incredible. I was just working for the bank, literally. So I took this loan and I paid it over 10 years. And in this process, the fear began. The fear to access loans from banks became so bad that I could not move from owning one store. This is the lady who had all that dream of becoming the Walmart of Nigeria. So I decided I wasn't going to take any loans anymore. I'm done. It's never going to happen again. But I couldn't grow. Okay. But sometime last year, I was playing around with my app and I saw something called Z Woman. And I looked at it and it said single digit loans. I said, is this possible? And so I called the bank, and honestly, within a week, I had accessed the loan and I had opened my second store in less than 3 months. So this is what we call moving from that fear to hope and from promises to prosperity. I want to say a special thank you to Zenith Bank for the Z Woman product that they have. But being a businesswoman, I'll ask a few questions from my experience. How deliberate are the banks in getting this information out? What is the visibility? How many people know how to access this money? How does the woman in the village access this money? What are the criteria for the loans? A few other people that I spoke to gave some really, really scary criteria for accessing these loans. Some are legal mortgages on all assets and debentures, life insurance, on undated checks, really, really incredible things. Credible guarantors, a legal lien on how many women have these things. In our society, men are the owners of property. Women don't own property. So these things have to be looked into. We need to ensure that policies to support women enterprises and entrepreneurs are put in place to ensure women can access these financial products. Okay, I'm talking from my own experience, and I know that I had to make an extra effort to understand, to access this finance. Nobody came to me and said, "Oh, you're a businesswoman, we have this." Okay, and I thank God that I was able to access it. So in summary, because I don't want to speak too much and there's so much information here, so it would be good for us to share, please, banks, meet us where we are. Meet us as poor farmers in the village. Meet us as off-takers from those farmers that are produced, that you've made so much money available to, But when we produce our stuff, there's nobody to take it off us because even the off-takers don't have the funding to take it off us, okay? So let us be purposeful in planning these financial interventions for women. When I did a needs assessment in Cross River State, over 70% of women were farmers. Fantastic. Let us give them money to farm. What happens when they have the produce is ready? Who takes them off? There was no money for the off-takers. So the goods were rotting on the farm. So when I say let us be proper, let us go to the end, looking at the beginning, the middle, and the end to make sure that there is some kind of value added to the woman entrepreneur. So I am talking not about the big businesswoman who can access the 100 millions, I'm talking about a woman who needs maybe just 50 million to start her, 50,000 to start her business. Those are the people who change the world. So when we talk about gender equality, it is important that we begin to look at this gender gap, begin to bridge it, okay, and ensure that women have as much, if more, access to finances than men. I would like to say in summary that women are trustworthy. You trust them with your money, into the banks and the financial institution now. A woman will not buy a car with her loan that you have given her. The woman will not buy a house with the loan you've given her. Women are better savers than men. Women are better financial planners, so they will plan to use that money for what they have given it for. Women are more responsible financially, okay? So we would like to ask the financial institutions to please meet us at our point. Let's develop financial products that every woman, no matter where her strata in society can meet, can access funds. And for those of us in the development world who are working to eradicate poverty, let us harness our strengths in organizations like this and put together financial resources. If we can access the money, let's put together those financial resources and give the women a better opportunity to be able to access this. We did it, we empowered over 300 women with the central bank loan that we got. I got the loan in my name. Scary, yes, but it was one of the lowest I could access. I think it was like 12%. But we were able to give this to the women, and with proper monitoring and evaluation, we did not lose one single dime. Everybody paid it back, and everybody's business is growing today. Only a few weeks ago, we had a celebration of those women who had benefited from this purposeful intervention. So for those of us here today, I believe that it's not only about you, but also about everyone around you. Trust me. I will give a quote from the president of the African Development Bank, Akin Adesina, who said, and I'm going to end with this, ensuring women have access to financial assistance is the smart thing to do. It is the strategic thing to do. If we are really focused on sustainable national development, one thing we need to do is to ensure that women access to financial products. Thank you so much once again. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation. And I hope that we have benefited something from this. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very, very much, Madam. Thank you. Please, can we celebrate Madam Imoke? Please type in your appreciation on the chat box. Thank you very much. Madam, I need you to please share with us, how did you, as an NGO or as a group, assist the women to access funding? What were your procedures so that we can learn from your experience and duplicate that? Because we're several associations in this on this call, and we can do a lot for our own members and group of women in the grassroots. Thank you. Hello. Madam,
thank you, Smede.
Hello. You are breaking.
I can hear you on this one. I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So what I did was, definitely the women couldn't access the loans that the central bank was giving.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So the women couldn't access the loans that the central bank was giving. So what did we do?
So what did we do?
We decided to take the loan from them. So we took the loan from central bank, and then we collected our data.
There are two devices on.
Okay.
You have two devices on.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Devices are on.
Okay, I'm just about to switch it off.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just about. Stop the video. Is that better?
The sound is better.
Okay, go on, madam. It is.
Okay. So we took the loan. It was okay. It took a loan.
You're muted.
Of course, you know that the women in the villages, farmers, and don't need. Okay, so women in the village don't need a lot of money. So we took a loan of 20 million naira at a very, in those days, so there was like, roasted plantains, women that were involved in sewing. Cross River State is a carnival town, so sewing was a big business. And if you could empower those women by either, buying them sewing machines and things like that, they made so much money that they survived on just by doing the carnival costumes. So we focused on giving them just a little money, a little training on how to manage their businesses, very simple, easy profit and loss, interest. Profit margin, and we bore the interest on these businesses so that it wasn't heavy on them because it wasn't that much. And to the glory of God, every woman that accessed the finance from Partnership Opportunities Empowerment Realization, which we got through the central bank, was able to apply the funds to the right. They had people breathing down their necks. We had set up cooperatives. So each person was breathing down the other's neck so that they could access small funds from their performance. And at the end of all this, we had women who refunded the principles that they used, the principal that they used for their business, and then continued with their profit margin. Okay, so so many women showed up on 2 weeks ago when we had a celebration of these women who were empowered by this particular intervention, and it's just incredible to see where they've come from and where they're going and where they are now and where they're going to. So that's what we did. We were just focused, and we decided that, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to get women out of poverty, and that's our story.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies, do we have more questions for Ms. Mrs. Imoke. We need to do many more. I can see women are so excited, madam. They are very, very excited with your presentation. Thank you very much. My question, somebody has a question. She says, my question is, how do our women living in the rural areas get access to this financial support or assistance? She has just explained that, so I'm sure that has answered your question, Madam Jato Fatima.
Madam Hamede.
Yes.
I think can
you hear me?
All the panelists should take their session, they will take the questions.
And then I'm moving to the next panelist, who is Mrs. Adebisi Ajayi, the head of gender resources at BOI, Bank of Industry. Is she on the call?
People are typing, is going out.
Switch this off.
Is she on the call? Ajayi Adebisi. I don't see her on the call.
She's not here now.
From the D. Okay. All right. Panel their presentations. And do we have any questions for Madam Salima Ahmad, who presented from Bangladesh? She's done great things in Bangladesh, and I feel that we may be able to learn a lot from her experience. Do we have questions for her, please? If we don't, because of time, I may just summarize. From all we have heard today, I know that we'll leave here today knowing that our businesses are going to be improved. We've heard presentations all talking about the same things: partnerships, financial literacy, education. The lack of information, making it easy for us to learn. Now, the role of all the networks that are missing by sharing from the banks that can allow us to translate all the trainings and all the financial literacy programs into local languages to make it easier for the women in the grassroots to pick up and to be able to get, to be affected or transformed by what we're trying to do. I would like to say a special thank you to all the panelists who have made presentations today. And I'd like the members on this call to please put in your questions. And if it's not been addressed now, we will all send you emails with relevant answers. Thank you very much. Over to you, my MC.
Wow, that was a very, very great session. Thank you, Mrs. Amede Ashingale, and all our wonderful panelists. We actually were highly motivated. We learned a lot. Thank you all. We will be having a 5 minutes break shortly. We will round off in no distance time. But before we do, I want to call on Mrs. Ashingale. Do you have a presentation for us? Madam Amede. Okay, she's off. So I want to call on Dr. Mrs. Shodaide for medical tidbits. Dr. Mrs. Shodaide, can you kindly unmute and give us just 2 or 3 minutes medical tidbits. Dr. Mrs. Shodende, is he on? Is she on? Okay. All right.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, MC. Did you call me? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I thought you had a presentation for us.
This is Ahmed.
Yes, from the Intervention Fund. Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Yes.
Okay. You can just do it for
yes. The special fund.
Like 2 minutes, please.
Yes, it's just a summary, basically. Should I go on?
Please go on. For about 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon again. I'm going to be doing a presentation on setting up a special fund for women entrepreneurs in Nigeria. We've heard all the speeches and we already know about the gender gap, the $229 billion credit gap in Nigeria, the position of women in economic development of our country, not leaving much to be desired, in spite of all the incentives that we've heard about from the central bank, from different commercial banks, it's still not happening. And that's because we are not addressing the key issues that are facing us. And we know that linked directly with lack of finance is the unfavorable business environment, the gender gap, and the limited access to financial education for women. Now we're proposing that we should set up a women-focused fund aimed at some speed.
You are breaking again. Madam Amede, your network has gone up again. Your network.
A lady from Investment One, Madam Mayowa. Hello, can you hear me now?
Your network is not too good. Maybe we'll send it to the email of our participants. Your network is tracking.
Yes, better. Okay, hello. Yes. All right, so we'll send you the slides. It's just a short slide. They have someone from Investment Fund and the benefits of having a special fund for women entrepreneurs in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Amede. Thank you. So we'll send the slides to all our participants. Okay. Before I have Dr. Mrs. Shodende, I want to acknowledge Mr. Mudashiru from Wema Bank. So immediately after Dr. Mrs. Shodende, you're going to give us your short presentation. We acknowledge your presence. Thank you for coming up. And thank you for all that you are doing for us. We appreciate you greatly. Is Dr. Mrs. Shodende now on?
Please, I am.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm giving you 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. Thank
After
you.
You kicked me out yesterday.
sorry, you can have
no
it.
No problem, I can understand.
Minutes. Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
A very, very beautiful afternoon to all the beautiful, ever elegant, youthful women in the house. I want to thank the National Coordinator for the opportunity given at this forum. It's well appreciated. M1, as we all know, that's the Medical Women's Association of Nigeria, the Lagos State branch. It's a non-governmental association and non-sectarian, non-religious association of registered female medical and dental professionals. And we have a motto, healing with the love of a mother, matrix animal currents. That is exactly. And I believe that we are all mothers here. And our mission is to improve the welfare and well-being of the whole populace, especially the women and children. And for what we are here, the Business Summit, is really a laudable program that anybody as a mother can tap into. And all of us, we always want to look good. We dress well. But what is our priority concerning health? You know, if our body is not okay, whatever we put on, no matter how expensive it is, it can never, attract people to even want to relate with us, to communicate with us, to impact us, or to influence us. And that is what we are talking about, because even many people that are very rich, they don't want to spend on their health. And that is why, for this short period, though it's not a real presentation, but just try to put together some medical tips on health is wealth. And I will quickly run, down that one. Health is wealth. As I've said, we have to know that health is a state of physical, mental, social, and even spiritual well-being, and not just the absence of diseases. Health is wealth, but wealth is not health. Because you can be wealthy and not healthy. And the money that we are going to use, they may be dear, but they may not be appropriate at that time to buy us that health we desire. We are what we are. We are what we choose to do. And wherever we want to be, we are the one that chooses it. And that is the essence of having positive mindset, right attitude. I really want to appreciate all those people that have spoken, because we are talking about, especially work fast or work together so that you can work fast. And from fear to hope, especially in this pandemic, we are talking about living a new normal life later. That's why, taking our health very seriously is a priority, whether we like it or not. Then it's about lifestyle modification, eating healthily, smartly. The type of food we eat really matters a lot, not just any junk, especially we as women. We want to be seen that our food is, is very good. We fry it, the oil will be floating. If it's not floating, people look at you and say, this is just kitchen practical. She doesn't know how to cook. That is not about it. We are talking about eating healthily and smartly. Then the time really matters. What do we take in the morning, in the afternoon, in the night? They say you eat like king in the morning, in the afternoon, prince, and then, pauper in the night. But we as mothers, we are so busy after our business, running up and down. We don't really take care of this. We come back to eat very late. And that is why we are, just becoming fat and fat and fat and fat. And we are losing that shape, figure 8. We are having maybe orange shape, and all those things that are even scaring off our husbands. And they now start to look outward to look for lepashandi, So what about portioning? That one too is key. I said today is not a day that we want to really talk so much on all these things, but it's just a general tip. Portion food really matters. What we eat, the carbohydrates, the protein, the fat, the veg, at least that one should carry, the veg and fruit, that one should carry about 50%. Then the other ones, then you can divide it. Then the diet rule, that's another thing. When we eat, we don't talk. We should try to chew as much as possible, which many people, they don't. And then we should not rush to eat. Because when we rush to eat, you are trapping here. And the thing is that when food is sweet, my sister, honestly, we begin to rush like that. But it has its own adverse effect. Very, very important. We have to be very careful. And then, all these things we are taking about jumps, in our environment, especially we women, we like to compare. We compare ourselves. We want to be like somebody that we are not. Unless we take our children or ourselves to eateries, eating all those junks, we think we are not there. We are there. It's about the new normal. It's about eating right. eating smartly and eating healthily. Internal organs, we just take it as we like, all those things. You know, we have to help ourselves. I said today is not a day of talking so much on that. Stress reduction, proper planning, work-life balance. As mothers, as women, we are running so much after our businesses that many things are falling short and we are not seeing there. It is time to think right and do the right thing. Weight management. I want to tell us that, you know, being slim, it doesn't mean that you are fit. You can be plump and be fit. So that's why we need to make sure we detoxify ourselves, alkalize. You know, during the week, you can even fast, maybe alternate day. It's not, I'm not talking about the spiritual fasting. I'm talking about even doing the right thing for our body. You can fast so that at least we take off, you know, certain things we are eating. People, they do crave a lot, but we have to be very careful about what we crave about. Then we laugh more, smile, because by the time we are frowning, we are doing this. Number one, our facial expression is trying to distract people. But when we laugh more, you know, our mood changes. Everything about us changes because whatever is inside, that is what we bring out. That's why we should ensure that, you know, our inside is good so that it can be a reflection of our outside. Adequate sleep. We are not sleeping a lot. Many of us, except if you want to lie. Even if you sleep at 7 o'clock, because of the money we are calculating in our head. This one. No. Health is wealth, but wealth is not health. Water therapy is very, very important, you know, drinking a lot of water. Otherwise, when somebody is dehydrated, you know what that means. A lot of things happen to the metabolism. And at the end of the day, many, many diseases will come up. So you have to be careful. You know, then about exercise. That one, exercise is not, people believe that, you know, when you want to exercise, it's just boo. Not that. It has to be individualized, graded exercise. You have to know your limits so that you know what to do. And you have to warm yourself, you know, before you really engage in other types of exercises. Weightlifting, don't bend. Try to stoop so that at least you carry it from down. Good posture matters a lot. And we women that we wear high shoes, you know, for psychedelic, so that people will see us, you know, bubbling. Yes, we can wear that, but it has to be, you know, the height has to be, even if it's not moderate, if you have to wear it, make sure that you put it in your car or in your bag. Then when you get near the place, so that when you wear it's just for a short time and it doesn't affect your muscles, you know. So make exercise and other things as a habit. Then socializing at the right place, the right time with the right people. What we are doing now, we are socializing in a way, we are networking. And it's really helping us, our spirit, our body, our soul. Another thing is about non-patronage of quacks. Because even though we are women, we want to, you know, cut costs, we want to be prudent, you know, we patronize quacks. And we have friends that we say, for my abdominal pain, stomach pain, Mama Alabaja, this is what I use. Please let us avoid that. Avoid self-medication. Shakokwe, we have Shakokwe, you know, all orcas. And they are killing. When they give us so many things, it will have aspirin, it will have Indo, it will have Buzo, Butazolidine. All of them, they will affect our gut. And you see people bleeding. You see people, you know, blood in their stool. We may not know now. To me, it's whatever we take in that we'll use at the end of time. Then another thing is about internet search. With caution for self-treatment. Now we say, I don't need to go to the hospital. Let me just Google. We've seen so many people, they Google and they Google out their life. Because it might be just a small thing that happens to them. But because they have, you know, taken Google as their doctor, they are told about terrible things. You have cancer, you have this. Psychologically, they are affected. Money-wise, they are affected because they spend where they should not go. So that is why we have to be very, very careful. Then we should invest in ourselves professionally, entrepreneurially for growth, development, fulfillment, and good mental health. Good mental health. Yes, everybody, they talk about good mental health or mental health. Mental health is different from mental illness. If you look at it, every one of us in one way, we have mental issues. It doesn't mean that you don't have to be on the road like mad person before they say you have mental issues. All of us in a way, because we are the burden carer, we are the caretaker, we are the we occupy so many roles. And you know, women, we do many things at the same time. So even our brain is overworking. So that is why we have to be very careful. Then we use what we have to get what we want, especially with this new normal. I will soon round up. So then the routine care is another thing, our valuable assets. Because as I've said, the Medical Women Association, with what we do, at least we engage in screening, medical screening, outreaches, school health, advocacy. So if I'm here and I'm not talking about what concerns women, then I'm not doing, a good justice. Breast is our valuable asset, not only to us, even to our husband that they can use as pillow. And the type of bra we put on really matters. Different materials that can affect breast. We have to be very, very careful. The duration of the time we wear the bra. Don't wear bra in the night because it's like you are hanging. You are hanging, your life up. So it's very, very important. And I want to implore us also to engage ourselves in routine breast medical and breast self-examination. Or assisted, our husbands can help us. If you can't do that, they can help us. I know it can take us to another realm, but this one for us. Stand in front of the mirror. In the mirror, you look at it off your bra, off your blouse, whatever you are putting on. Put your hand on the edge. It's just because you are not showing the video. Everybody knows. I know all these things I'm talking about. We all know them. We know them. But the thing is that we can know them. Do we do them right? That's the most important thing. Even for men too. Even our children. Don't wear nylon pants for them. Don't let their pants be tight, especially the young ones, because it affects their scrotum, their testes, and it affects the production of their sperm. And for future, don't let us damage their future. Wow. Then personal and environmental hygiene is very key. What they are telling us about COVID-19 protocol, the measures, wash hands, use this, use that sanitizer. Even before then, if we have been doing that, many things will have been prevented. There are so many things, preventable deaths. So there are many things to be done to really make sure that we prevent what we can prevent to give us a long life. Mask up, that is one thing, mask up. In the market, women, we are so much intoxicated, indoctrinated, we are carried away. We are not using masks, and it's sad. It doesn't show on the face, but it can happen, it can come in any way. Anyway, and as I've said, many things to be done, but this is not the day of so many talk. So on a final note, I want to say just the rule of thumb, determination, discipline, compliance, consistency, and then faithfulness to ourselves. We are not faithful to ourselves. If they tell you now, many things, we hide things, and we don't go, we don't go for medical screening, as I've said. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. That's what I'm talking about, that faithfulness and forgiveness. Forgiveness in the sense that if you have been doing injustice to ourselves, please, we can put that aside. The new normal life has come.
Thank you,
that. Our life is in our hands, like an egg that should be handled with caution. Let us work together to work faster, even in our health. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's appreciate Dr. Biro Kesho Dende. That was packed full, very, very much packed full.
Thank you.
Loaded within such a short time. Thank you, man. We appreciate you. Indeed, health is wealth. Thank you. You spoke very well. Like you said, we know, but it's for us to actually go ahead and do it. But I'm sure with what we have heard again as reminders, we will go ahead and we do the needful. Thank you. There are questions. There are one question here about how you can alkalize yourself.
To actualize yourself?
Yes.
Actualize yourself in which way? Because there are so many ways that you can actualize.
Alkalize.
Okay. Alkalinize. Okay. Alkalinize yourself. Yes. Like, for example, the water you drink first thing in the morning when you wake up. When you wake up,
I'm sorry.
Take warm water.
Let's mute.
Hello.
You're not speaking. Kindly mute.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma. Go ahead.
Okay. I said, you can alkalize Number one, in the morning. When you wake up, first thing in the morning, warm water. You can drink it, take 2 cups, and then put a lemon in it. You know, there's belief that, you know, if you take ordinary lemon, it is acidic. But when you take it warm, then it becomes, you know, alkalinized.
Okay.
With the lemon. So you can, then they have water now, Lacena, you know, because if you really look at it, or the taste itself, you can see that difference in it. Then all these acidic, there are so many foods that are acidic. So by the time we eat it also matters. What you put in the first thing in the morning really matters, you know, a lot. And then if you eat, you don't sleep, you sleep immediately. That one too, you know, indigestion and all these things, acid is produced.
Okay.
And then how do you now alkalinize? Then there are some fruits, vegetables in the market. Though they are very expensive, all this broccoli, cauliflower, you know, they always think they are the food for the wealthy. But the thing is that if you really want to say we want to dress kinky, sophisticated, you have to make sure that the body wants to put all those beautiful things on. They too, they must be treated well.
Thank you,
ma. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you so much, ma.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I had said we're going to have 5 minutes break, but we are about rounding off. So let me just bring Mr. Mudashiru from Wema Bank to do his short presentation while we round off. So, Mr. Mudashiru from Wema Bank's presentation.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. You're welcome. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, all the more stars in the house. I've always okay, let me start my video. I apologize because I'm in transit because of the shift in the time. I think you can hear me.
Yes.
I try to put on the video.
We can hear you.
It's not allowing me.
Okay, no problem. Just go ahead.
The video is not allowing. I apologize for that. Okay, all right. I think it's here right now. So, good afternoon again, everybody. Apologies because I had to catch up with another appointment. That's why I had to leave my location. So permit me to switch off the video. I will take it. I don't want to take too much of your time. I will take the presentation from what is Her Excellency Mrs. Umoke has presented, and some of the things that some of the other presenting in Wema Bank we are so key. We are so we have the objective of ensuring gender parity as stated by Mrs. Umoke. Also, the issue of eradication of poverty is also a key focal point in our mind as the bank. Other aspects of empowerment of women are also very germane to us in a bank. And that is why, as a bank, we have a unit dedicated for women banking. And we coined our own Sarah. And that is why we have Sarah by Wema in Wema Bank. I don't want to bug you because of the time constraint with the product and services. But one thing I can say is this: the issue mentioned by Mrs. Moke had well noted. Access to finance, a reasonable interest rate, reduced collateral requirement are the things that we have also taken into consideration. So in terms of financial inclusion of women, we are only not stopping in women being able to do transaction alone. In Wema's Sarah by Wema platform, we also take into consideration social inclusion as well as economic inclusion. And we believe so strongly that by ensuring that those things are well taken care of, women will be contributing greatly. They are already contributing because from the statistic as stated by Mrs. Moke, women are, when you give loans, women pay back. When they are able to manage their finances very well compared to men. So in terms of contribution to the GDP, women are actually doing great. And we believe so strongly that including the people that are in the rural area that are not financially included, through the process of financial inclusion and economic and social inclusion, we will be improving the GDP of the nation. And in our own space, what we have done so far is to fashion products around some of the needs of the women. We knew quite right that some we need direct funding, and we also know that the issue of collateral is part of it, and that's why we come up with a product such as the banking finance, the business support facility, which is not collateralized, that has that give an option of finances to women between 100,000 and 5 million. So we also look at the people in different sectors. One of the things that from engagement with the WBN previously is the fact that we'll continue to partner with the body and coming up with different kind of product that will speak to different sector of the women organization. A lot of people are doing different things. Some are in production, some are in agri. The finances for the agri will not be the same thing for the finances for the trading sector. So we'll continue to get what is fit for the women fold. We have collaboration like the BOI. Unfortunately, the person I didn't know whether the person from the BOI was able to make presentation because I'm in transit. We have collaboration like what some is okay. How do you do it? There are always possibilities. Whenever we are able to establish problem statement, then we can provide solution. That's one of the things we do as a bank. We provide solution by ensuring that we bring all the stakeholders together and look at the problem statement and definitely find solution to it. And that is the way we look at how we do business, women business in Wema Bank. We know quite well that the needs will depend, the people in the rural area are quite different from the people that are not literate. But if you look at the way we tier our product, we're able to put product as low as 100,000 in order to include almost every facet of life into the people that can actually access our facility. Like what I said earlier, providing solution is one of the key things that we look. One of the major things that has also been mentioned, more especially from what the last speaker said, is the fact that the health of women is also very, very important. And that is why in Wema Bank, like what I said, we'll continue to strive, identify problem statement and provide solution to them. For the health, and that's why we're able to partner. We're able to partner with health providers organization in order to bring about the health, women health scheme platform. What that's done for us that we're able to negotiate HMO plus hospital cash plan for the member of the SARA community. And what that gives us is services up to 500,000, hospital to hospital evacuation, roadside to hospital evacuation in case of an emergency, ICU up to 2 days, the drugs and the consumables that cover the issue of the women on the O&G, the prenatal and postnatal service up to six weeks of the birth of a new child are also covered at the rate that naturally as an individual, if you go there, if you go hard there, you cannot get it. So we use the power of the numbers and the negotiation to be able to get this for our SARA customers. You will pay 16,000 for an extended coverage that we have. So in summary, what I want to say is that there is still a whole lot of possibilities that can happen because of the partnership we have with the AMBWU. So we are looking at the financial inclusion right away. But the issue of insurance can actually come in. The issue of health insurance is already in the offering. So there are still so many other things. This forum is not for us to continue to itemize one product or the other, stating the characteristics and the features and the benefits. But one thing I can say is that at any point in time, we in Wema Bank, we are women-centric. I head the unit, though, despite the fact that I'm a man, I am a woman-centric somebody. I want to see at any point in time that women more than the share that any man can get in any society, in this our society at any point in time, in line with the aspiration of the UN, in line with the aspiration of every other world body. So in summary, that is what I have to present right away. I have the slide, but I don't want to take too much of your time because of 5 minutes, and that's why I have to summarize all what we have. But in terms of banking services and products and services, all what you need to do is walk into any of our any of our branches, go into our website, ask us questions, state the problem statement, then we'll be able to match up with a suitable solution. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will be available to take any question at this point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mudashiru. Actually, your slide is being shared now, so we were able to see some of the things you were talking about. But I know that this discussion is not going to end here. Here, we'll still get some of these things across to our members. We want to say again that we appreciate what you are doing and all the offerings. One thing that you said that I heard very well is that at Wema Bank, you are female-centric. So you are particular about meeting the needs of the women and the female entrepreneurs. Once again, Mr. Hakeem Mudashiru, we appreciate you so much. Thank you. I want to appreciate everyone. There are some questions here from Central Bank. I don't know, maybe our speaker from Central Bank is here. Is he here? Central Bank.
It's a pleasure, ma'am. Thank you very much. Sean, please feel free to send me back or to my personal email, hakeem, hakeem.mudashiru, mudashiru @wemabank.com. Thank you very much for listening.
Can they project your email on the screen for us, the IT people? Who kindly help us to project the email so that those that want to.
So my colleague Abiola is also here. My colleague Abiola will type all our emails on the chat board.
Great. It's there now. The
okay.
Email.
And as a parting, madam, as a parting gift, because I also heard financial inclusion in the bank. Yeah. I also want to encourage form clusters. Let me give you, because the business of financial inclusion is thriving right now. Form clusters. Okay. I can give your members super agents, my super agents, kind of an arrangement that will enable them to manage in their locality sub-agents that they can make money from. So it's a business opportunity that can also enhance their living, enhance their earning at any point in time. So thank you very much.
Also, Mr. Hakeem Mudashiru, one more time we say thank you. All the email addresses have been posted on the chat section. Now, I will say that concerning the question that I'm just saying on the text, on the chat box, we will try and get the answers and send them to us on our email, into our email boxes. Thank you so much. Indeed, it has been awesome. And you have been such wonderful, wonderful participants. Thank you so much. We are about rounding up now, but before we do that, I would like to call on our own Iyalode Alaba Lonsi to give vote of thanks and to appreciate all our speakers, our panelists, and all our participants. Thank you so much. Iyalode, ma. Is she on? Okay. Let me call on our national coordinator, Chief Mrs. Anita Oguribido, to give the vote of thanks, ma. Can you kindly unmute, ma?
Yeah, I have done so.
Yes, ma. Thank you.
Wow.
Everyone.
Wow. It's been a wonderful day.
Yes.
It's been a very, very, very engaging day. I will start with you, the MC of today, the president of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
For being powerful. All the moderators, Joyful Joy Nweke, and the wonderful Amede Achigali, you have done so well. All our panelists, Please, I cannot mention you one by one, but please, you have done so well. All of you have done wonderfully well.
Elsie? Elsie, ma? We have lost you, ma.
You have not lost me. I'm here.
Okay, ma.
Okay. And Central Bank of Nigeria, honestly, the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, we appreciate you so much. But we are going to come cap in hand because we must have a dedicated financial inclusion for women through the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network.
Yeah.
Wema Bank, the 4 parting gifts you have given us, our women will take them over today. I really would appreciate in a special way our Professor Sarah from African Union, all the way from Addis Ababa. To say thank you to Mrs. Obioma Lyall Imoke. That was a powerful encouragement you have given to us women. And I'm sure ANWBN will not hesitate to partner with you because we are talking of networking and partnership here. We are going to partner with your organization because the name of the organization is Power. So you must give that power to all Nigerian women through the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network. I would love to say a wonderful thank you as I express our gratitude from ANWBN to Mrs. Barbara Langley, all the way from Washington, D.C. Barbara, you have a special place in our heart. We love you so much. Our women from Afghanistan, our women from Bangladesh, wow. You have done so much to really empower women in your country, and we will have a special session. ANWBN of Nigeria, we would have a special session with you where Skype will bring the 3 countries together, and we'll spend some few hours to brainstorm and do some exchange programs because we need each other to grow. Mrs. Badamosi, Mrs. Wumi Badamosi, our Skype country director in Nigeria. What can we see? Without Skype,
You are up again, ma. Our dear NC, ma. You are off again. You are muted, ma. You are muted, ma.
Okay, I didn't do that, but somehow. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
There is an echo, but we are rounding up, so.
Okay. So, Site Nigeria, we appreciate you so much. And all our technical crew, 1024, and Site Kenya, we say a big thank you to you.
Thank you.
And all our panelists, all our attendees, everybody, because we have so many attendees today.
Thank you. You are muted again, ma. You are muted again, ma. Yeah.
Yellow de Alaba Lawson. I can see she has come back.
Are you talk? Do you hear me?
We can hear you, ma. We had called you to give the vote of thanks.
Let's hear you.
Thank you so much. I've enjoyed the whole day.
Yes, ma'am.
And I enjoy Mrs. Ibiro Olade very well, and Her Excellency. We want to thank Her Excellency for the opportunity, at least for identifying herself with us.
Yes, ma'am.
That shows that she is part and parcel of the women ANWBN group. So we want to thank her specially, and we want to appreciate the work she's doing at the grassroots level in our state. We are thankful. And so on behalf of all of us, all women, I want to say a big thank you to Sai, because I can see our sister Langley there.
You see there?
Our mama, our pillar of support, our mentor, Mrs. Wumi Badamosi, for giving us those backing through our tutelage. Thank you. We want to thank everybody. The man that came from Wema Bank to give us that opportunity, how women can gain finance. But I want to let him know that it's not as easy as what he has said. They should please ensure that when women come for finance for their entrepreneurship, they should please make sure it is less burdensome for them.
Yes.
And so to all of us that have participated, and of course you, our sister that has been coordinating since morning, Auntie Pumayo, Arowo Ogun, we say thank you. God bless you all. This is the second day. We have been working together and we are working far. Tomorrow is going to be another day. Be there. Stay there.
Thank you, ma. Thank you so much, ma. Announcement. So tomorrow is the last day. Please let us log on early. Same time, same place. Thank you all. God bless you. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's been awesome. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Our Independence Day. So happy Independence Day in advance.
Oh, tomorrow. Happy Independence Day to Nigeria, to us. Happy Independence Day to Nigeria, to us. We can only get better.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye.
The Association of Nigerian Women Business Network presents the first ever Nigerian Women Business Virtual Summit with the theme From Fear to Hope, Scaling Women Business Impacts for a Decade of Action. It is a 3-day virtual event holding from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2020. The summit is designed to address the 5 key challenges identified in the Women National Business Agenda, WNBA. Access to finance, gender inequality, insecurity, inadequate power, poor and dilapidated road network. There will also be a virtual exhibition to showcase and celebrate female entrepreneurs who are thriving despite the challenges. To register, visit www.nwbs.biz. ANWBN calls on every woman and man to be part of this virtual summit. ANWBN, work together, walk far.